things add to your total point pool. Now, the best...
қақтасқа түсіп қалуы мүмкін. Поки бастаған ойыншылардың жаудап жатқан әзірге асығар емес қауіпсіз аймаққа кіруде. Оң қанатта бізде Камеш.
the stars in the night. Every superpower that is yours will be mine. I'll be that it girl, pouting mouth, crossing the line. You seem like you're the ruler of TikTok when you rock. Well, how can you seem like you're a Wimbledon winner? I do the same, I'm a sinner. I wanna sing the melodies, wear my heart on my sleeve, dress in rainbow colors. Why can't I make a bold statement? All my mistakes and I break. Be that it girl, that lit girl, crossing the line. You seem like you're the ruler of TikTok when you rock. Well, how can you seem like you're a Wimbledon winner? I do the same, I'm a sinner. 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 I wanna live your life. You seem like you're the ruler of TikTok when you rock. Well, how can you seem like you're a Wimbledon winner? I do the same, I'm a sinner. I
Dude, that's hard for a dyslexic, man.
I know. I feel you. No. It actually is hard to read those. No, I'm only being a little facetious when I say it. I mean, I think I tell you what, man. V7 is nasty. So there was also some interesting stuff here because I think we have a bit of a break in the action, Matt. Potentially, we'll see. Shen's kind of stuck back behind that hill, but there were some TDMs that were set up by Gunnar, and I've gotten permission to talk a little bit about the results of said TDMs.
Oh yeah.
From Gunnar, he said everybody else was under an NDA except me. So you know, but no, that was clearly not true. But
because he told me about him.
I know. Yeah. An interesting thing here was, obviously they were kind of mixing things up and trying different things. So they tried one where they basically did the best, like, NA and EU players versus all the Korean players from Danawa and V7. And the Danawa and V7 absolutely obliterated them, like 50-24. And Gunnar has, like, been just praising V7 ever since. He said, these guys can frag. They're absolutely nuts. You've got to watch out for them this tournament.
And, I mean, we talk about Tyloo and the strength of the squad. Losing LZ, not necessarily the worst, but whenever you couple it in with now they do have their backs to the zone. They are inside the safe zone at least. Vehicles are not going to be something that they're going to have the easiest access to based off of the way that V7 made that landing. They're going to have the inside track to get all of the good toys. I think that we did see a bicycle. That was going to be about it. I don't know. Can't remember which side of it that was on. No big real rotations coming in. We have been seeing a lot more of a center meta going on right now with our players and how they're trying to move through. Jiang, though, does hit at least a bit of damage to scare away and say, nope, we're at least going to go this pathing. But do notice that Jiang is playing way more to the west while Shin is playing into the east.
Yeah, look at this. Heaven still only with an AUG with a 4X, able to do some serious damage from that range. And Tungmu trying to finish what his teammate started onto Glaz, but Glaz, think able to get enough behind this hill. Tosi has an SKS. If he can find a head, he could really make this a lot easier for V7.
This is going to be a hard. This angled path, I mean, you can see the fact that Tyloo or Tongmu has held down at is going to be the easiest approach angle. So that was a good read coming out from Tyloo on making sure that they defended up on this, but they're so separated out right now, and it's going to be very, very complicated. It almost feels like they're playing for maybe getting a kill point here or there if they can, but past that, it's more of almost an anchor play, I would say, that with this big wide spread. I mean, sure, you do control some of the pathing in it, but even then, this is just a fortified defensive line more than anything else.
Yeah, I agree. Tyloo is V7 oversteps and makes a mistake into their defensive but V7 so far hasn't been and V7 is really talented across the board. They've been together for a while now, so they absolutely have a lot of experience. Teams across the different stages, and now a lot of those players international level in a lot of ways haven't had played a little bit different teams. Anyway, like regardless, now they're playing together.
Will be in the molly. Damage are coming through. Nate from the other side will take them out. The kills come in. Forever round almost gets the second. This is going to be so good. Down into the blue.
They were going to be a bit more aggressive on that considering their form, but at the moment here, Exalt coming in with some good. Already got himself 3 on the board. Will he be able to connect with a little bit more here? Yes, they do.
Give a quick glance back at how some of our teams made their pathing to make it into this stage as they're making their pathing, trying to make inside the circle. D plus Kia, you can see now making their rotation. They do have to be careful because they have Tiemba that is up on Everest right now, raining a couple of bullets down on them. But Tiemba is running a 2-2 split, so with this, it's not going to be like the worst harassment on the face here. It's more about just hitting that lucky bullet here.
Exactly. Yeah, these are pretty good at this range. Kind of hit a few bullets here and there. D plus. Behind that, D plus is a Korean team. Making their way out of Mill to Power towards the lumber yard there. And EXO, again, going to be taking their time. They don't have a lot of teams in front of them, so they're going to be pretty safe. And that's about it. It's nothing too crazy going on. I'll talk about D plus maybe a little bit later. And oh, Shen found Glass. So this is my concern with V7. Even though they've been doing a really good job in these fights, Matt, Shen individually can win these hot drops by himself. I saw it time and time again against some of the best in the business in Asia that Shen alone can win these fights.
Look at this aggression. The moment he hits a couple of shots, he's making the cross straight over to the road. I mean, he has some ranged cover, but even then, it's just stepping right up into these angles. Prepped up. Oh, I thought I saw fence cross. One takes the spray over. Glass is going to go down. Now looking back up that hillside, it's getting easier and easier to try to make this work. Spots over on the other point. Realizes the fact that he has to try to hold. Now while we see the rest of the reposition, Zhao Yang's going for a really long flank back around this. He might be able to try to make something, but he's so far away.
I mean, but individually, Shen is out of his mind. He hit a head there as well with only a couple bullets left. Knew it, starts throwing a grenade to the other side as a Panzerfaust in the back pocket to go for something absolutely crazy. And this has opened up some space now for Tai Lu to keep wrapping around. At the very least here, Shen has bought potentially Tai Lu the ability to get a vehicle or something a little bit easier to escape this situation that V7 has created.
I've just still got my eyes caught on Zhao Yang. He is creeping over there right now. You can't even see him on the mini-map. He's still just on the opposing side of the hill. Notice over there, whenever you look at where Boatyard is, see how he's creeping up the hill? That's going to be back behind it. New circle does pop. Going to keep this section inside the playing area, so that means that this fight can continue to brew. Don't need a vehicle if you don't really have to leave yet.
No. This fight can now go even longer. We don't have to go anywhere. And now Shen kind of has this basically unapproachable position. I mean, for V7, I don't expect they want to cross the road anyway unless they get a knock, but with Shen there, for sure, you're going to be rethinking it. Even if you were to say knock a Tungmu in the back or something like that, you're really going to have to reconsider crossing that road with Shen there, because this guy can put down 2 or 3 players in a heartbeat.
This is one of the reasons I love watching Tai Lu, is they realize, okay, we're backs against the wall. There's only one real way we can make this work, and we have to fight our way out of it. And you saw, again, the moment that Shen just got that damage out, steps directly into their face. That was a, probably 150-meter push forward. And now there we go. Zhao Yang back behind this one. Going to spot out some of what's going to be happening. Feed that information over. Now, are we going to see any counter moves? Because Tongmu's moved over into the eastern area to kind of back up Shin, and all the members for V7 have shifted over into the west. So this has kind of put way more pressure onto his plate.
Yeah, Haisaki going to go down to Corexi back there off screen. But Zhao Yang here, it's going to be interesting. He's a little bit exposed. It's going to be a little bit difficult potentially for him to do any serious damage, except to open up some space for the rest of his team to maneuver. Gustav already has a Mark 14, so crate weapons being acquired by FaZe so far. And Corexi has an SLR. No bolt. I know I highlighted a little bit earlier that sometimes he does, but it's not typical, and that's a big knock for Gustav.
Yeah, FaZe getting control over Death Road right now in a circle that is going to heavily feature it. So now making their crest up, getting that high ground position, spotting out. So at range, going to go ahead and start to scare them away a bit more. It's Chris, though, kind of caught in a crossfire as a Sin. They are here as well, but I wouldn't say that they're comfortable in their position.
I think Falcons should be curious about trying to fight this, because FaZe is kind of out in the open, and they should know it. The terrain on top of this hill is pretty exposed, and this is something that I think, you know, Falcons received a little bit of criticism for during PAS2, and I think rightly so, is that they often didn't take advantage of things. But Gustav's wise to it. I can see him putting some covering fire down to keep the Falcons at bay at least, because right now FaZe is bit off a lot. I don't know if it's more than they can chew yet, but they've certainly picked some fights.
FaZe, though, might have a bit more than he can chew, as he's got a ton of friends around. Realizing the fact that he has to go for the juke around on side of this one. He's on the outside, but looks like it's already a shift up into the second floor. Day Trade's got this area mostly under control, and there are no real friends to be had. I mean, I'm looking out. Uba is, what, a good 400 or 500 meters away from this right now on opposing hillside, so Fate just kind of left to his own devices, and yeah, I guess you could say that Fate is in his own hands.
No doubt about it. You're already on fire with the puns today. I'm a little bit sad that I'm not, like, I had to take a moment because I was like, oh, I don't have any good ones in the bag just yet. But give me some time. But I think for Exalt here, coming into the match, 1 player down, by the way. We'll get into that later. But some good shots.
Beautifully cooked.
Nurins. Insane. And that's going to get the hometown crowd fired up.
I mean, Uba's in position to provide some support now, but it took him a while to get over here, and it just comes a bit too late. So Fate is going to go out. Day Trade's going to go ahead and pick up that kill. Still holding down a fairly strong position right on the edge of the zone. Sonics did hear this up that hillside, so they're going to be looking down Potato Hill and might be able to spot out Day Trade making some moves.
For sure, for sure. T5 as well, making some moves of their own. They are coming in towards SSG. Now, SSG has, I think it's Roth. I think they got a 2-2 split, if I'm not mistaken. They got two players right on top of each other there.
That would be SSG. That's what they do.
They're a 2-2 splitter. And let's see if they can hold it down. It could be tough, but Terraton 5, generally not that aggressive, right, Matt?
Here's my thing, though, that we've got cooking is the Tiemba positioning. Because remember what was going on in Rajak? Well, V7 decided they're going to leave. Tiemba holding down school right now is already spotted him. Glass is going to get dropped. 7-7 lines in. But now Tyloo is going to be coming up that hillside back behind V7, and they're going to be pinched. They realize that they've already just had to make the break down into school, realizing we cannot stay here. Here's those shots coming up from Tyloo, and now it is just a push into the pool house.
Yeah, the outskirts of the school are very, very tricky to play around. They're very exposed, so V7 wisely here pushing through, but Glaz probably going to bleed out. He was already at least second knock. And 7-7 is going to claim a point for Tianba. Don't sleep on Tianba this event, folks. They are absolutely nuts. With Human going to light up with the barrel, not connecting with too much.
I liked the idea behind the play. Sending Pow Pow over to the side, see if maybe he can find that flank position. Probably wasn't expecting Tyloo to still be just kind of walking their way over, but they don't have any options. I mean, they talked about no vehicles. They've just got to foot push their way over. Shin already kind of bisecting over. Looks like he's got his eyes set over in the apartments while this fight is brewing, and you can see the circle has shifted away from this position, and now Tiemba is trying to get more of a gatekeeping area right along that fence on the outside of it to make sure that V7 can't make a shift over.
Yeah, Pow Pow, the second best fragger in the PCL Summer Grand Finals, finds another knock here. There's a reason so many people were so high on him for fantasy, because he was cheap and he was doing damage during PCL. So let's see if he can keep it up, and seems to be off to a good start. V7, like you're talking about, Matt, in a lot of trouble. You know, you've already mentioned that Tianba has somebody already out ahead of this fight. Well, now you've got potentially another team showing up to this. I mean, V7 basically has to kill like potentially 4 or 5 people here if they're going to get to the next circle.
7-7 says, hell no. Heaven gets dropped. They make the cross on it. It was pretty dangerous, but I mean, this is just complete and utter confidence in your gunplay right now. They just leave these. I was worried about Tiemba for a second. I was like, the longer this fight goes on, that could spell their doom. And Tiemba's like, nah, man, we got this.
I mean, it's 7-7 looks pretty crisp right now. Rip actually going to find it's Chris, so that's going to open them up to FaZe, though. FaZe is still hungry, 4 points. Capitan from the Falcons is also getting involved. Corexi has Akita down. XO already in trouble.
Ooh.
There goes Insight.
Yep, Exalt's going to get eliminated. Now Ascend is starting to look like they might not be too much far behind. Yep, they're going to go down. Death Road coming up big for FaZe right now. They're doing a good job on gatekeeping out everything. Falcon's going to be to the north of them, but not going to be inside the next circle as we're shifting straight onto Potato Hillside itself. And due in the middle of all of that is going to be Sonics up at the top of the hill.
Yep, Sonic's just going to be content to control the top of Potato Mountain. Now, that could be tricky. Potato Mountain's pretty wide open. It's got like areas where teams can get behind you, can flank you from unexpected angles. So a lot of teams don't like to go to the top of Potato Mountain, but if you can keep it under control, it should be good. And up in the north, I think as long as this fight doesn't happen, if FaZe is just drive right into the Sonics.
Oh, Gustav, that's going to be scary. Quick exchange going to go down. James trying to go for something. 1 HP narrowly makes it away. Gustav presently the only member that's going to be down. Sonics kind of recoiling. Wasn't expecting FaZe to just crash into this, but that's just kind of going on everywhere right now.
Yeah, this is a great piece of defense actually from the Sonics. It looked like it was about to go real bad, real fast. They had a couple knocks from Fex, but they're able to stabilize, win that fight in a very fast manner. So good communication, good teamwork already we're seeing from the Sonics.
With this, you can see D+ Kia being one of these other teams that was going for the crash, bypassed right next to SSG. They're going to be just south of T5, who's going to keep kind of eyeing what's going on with Tyloo, who's now kind of gatekeeping out V7. It's been a shift of position in kind of like one of those like shell games that you would see. It's like try to track who's going to be the gatekeeping squad, as it is just bouncing back and forth over here in the north.
Yeah, exactly. It's a bit of a kind of you know, test the water, see who's going to make the first mistake, kind of work back and forth. V7, though, found an emergency pickup. Now, this is huge. I talked about how V7 was in a really bad spot. Well, at least there's one hope. There's one player who has a chance to get out potentially. So, yes, it's still not good, but it could potentially get them a few placement points.
It's not bad, but it could be worse.
Oh, they're on the hunt, though.
Oh, Tosi. Oh! the grading just barely holding it together. Now Dosie's just trying to see if he can get something out. He's going to get at least a knock. No! That's going to be Russell from T5. Remember we talked about them just a second ago. That's going to make it even more complicated as Tai Lu is going to be limping into this. Just Shin, the last one up, and potentially three different squads that are going to be eyeing him.
That was a beautiful piece of work from Tai Lu, though. That grenade exploded right in Tosie's face. So well cooked. And then somebody to jump across the door to reveal his position to make it easier for the follow-up player to make sure that they can get that knock. So really, really smart stuff there. As Shen, the only one alive, but look, I'm telling you folks, don't count this guy out. He can do things.
Look, if you're stuck and you're going to die, see if at least you can get a kill point, take somebody with you, right? Petrichor Road trying to come alive over here next to Danoa. Soul trying to defend up this line as South is going to get much more explosive. Soul's going to go down. Looks like Petrichor Road managed to line those nades up beautifully. New circle has popped, stays on top of Potato Mountain, so this fight not inside the safe zone.
All right, well, that's the superstar for Danoa down early in this one. Petrichor Road able to time and isolate him very, very nicely.
no.
Here go Loki and Anonyx, the duo, the classic duo from Korea, now in Danoa. Loki always has Panzerfaust in the bag.
Oh no, I'm terrified on this one. Which way you go? Day Trade on one side, Sonic's on the other. Belmont spotted it down. Belmont hits the shot to take him down before he can even leash that Panzerfaust. So with this now getting more and more complicated on this southern hillside. Petrichor Road, Cerberus, we still have Falcons all needing to make moves.
Yeah, great stuff there from Day Trade, not even giving Danoa an inch, not giving them an opportunity to do any damage. T5 here looking to see if they can continue to block out Shen. They're really focused on that, so is Tian, but to be frank, over on the other side, we have Cerberus keeping an eye on Falcons. Falcons have kind of stayed put. They haven't really been doing too much. Yeah, they have one kill, but they've just been controlling their space, and now that space has left them. They have to go to their west. Cerberus already on the move, but Cerberus does have Petrichor Road on the other side, who are getting beaten back by the Sonics. And yeah, Shen, I think he's going to go undetected here. I don't think he's going to get spotted.
This is absolutely wild. Creeping up back behind it. Petrichor Road trying to fend up their lines from Cerberus. And that's just going to be a juke standing out in the open. Does manage to duck down below it. Ming can finally get that one. But that took way longer than they wanted. And Shen gets a knock swat before going down.
Yeah, I mean, Shen doing what he can, making something out of nothing, basically. Summer, again, a long-time IGL, a superstar IGL from China, just gets absolutely brutalized by Taikon. Taikon here expecting some pressure from the smoke, throws a frag in there, and Petrichor Road is actually down.
This is going to be the name of the game for a while now. There's just going to be teams trying to run up this hillside. Sonic's going to have an open pathing, looking straight at what's going on with Cerberus. They're going to go down. Now we've got Falcons, we got Space Station Gaming, we got T5 all stacked up on top of each other. T5 watching the rotation as SSG trying to come out. Rawson just says no, though. Shuts down every bit of this. My God, he is just dismantling SSG.
Nasty stuff from the veteran PUBG player, the IGL for T5, getting it done. Absolutely disgusting, and all Roth can do is prone and try to heal.
I mean, he can creep up back behind him, but this is just a wing, a prayer, and a dream at this stage. T5 coming alive over here, but now has drawn the attention of Tianba, who's playing in the north and has pretty much 50% of the circle under control if you don't count kind of where we can see the sight lines down from Day Trade as well as D plus Kia.
Falcons, their patience has kind of been paying off. They don't get backstabbed. Roth going to be finished off by Tenadol. If Falcons don't get backstabbed by Sonics, they might be able to potentially do something. It's hard to say, but now Potato Mountain control has been ceded to D plus Kia. Tenadol trying to keep Tianba at bay, but 7-7 has been really feeling it so far. Lin Shu, ZYY, Pow Pow has done some damage, but no kills there yet.
I mean, 7-7, man. I don't know what happened inside of this, but he has just been on control and on point for so much of what's going to be going on in their successes in this round already. I mean, that adult doesn't have too much they can move from. He's just full on just cluster held on that position. It does look like Tianba is going to step away from it, kind of relent. But Falcons, Sonics, they don't have an easy path into this. I mean, they've got Kia that's going to be in front of them, and that's not going to be an easy path to take in and of itself. And then I think that Tianba might have some sightlines on any alt paths.
Oh, great stuff here from DraftKings. Catches H-Win looking at the other side of things. And now the Falcons may be able to do something, but Shrimzy's got one. He's going to find another, maybe. Yes! Shrimzy!
Shrimsy coming alive when needed. Sonics trying to cling to life over here. He does have H1 that's going to be down in front of him. DraftKings on the opposing side of it, trying to go for a peek back and forth. Smokes down. Blue zone is going to be coming in right now, so going to be applying a bit more pressure. Shrimsy, though, going to play out in the blue, take it a bit slower. But keep in mind, T5, Vandal looks like he was coming up back behind DraftKings. Looks like he kind of got shoot away from it. Doesn't want to go over that direction. Now Shrimsy's going to finally make the push. Yes, DraftKings going to read it. Goes for the spray. Follows it up. Double up. And now we are already in our top 3.
Unbelievable stuff there, but kind of mutually assured destruction with everybody fighting out there. D+, keen to scoop up some extra points, and Jonggu, a young superstar in the making in Korea, making an appearance here at PGC. He's been really good in Korea for quite some time, folks. A guy I've been on very high on for a while. Let's see if he can do something. But you got to favor Tianba if they can win this fight against Day Trade. But it's a full-on 4v4. Let's see how hot this gets.
And this is a really weird fight to be brewing right now, especially with DK going to be moving in. They're kind of the X factor. It does look like they're going to be playing more to the south. It means that Puchils is going to be off by himself, really can't commit in. So this is a 3v4 lineup. But whenever you find a couple of these angles, it starts to open it up. Tianba in a little bit of trouble trying to step away from right now. Day Trade starting to find the angles in the control on this. And now it's going to be Kia that hears this and starting to look in that direction.
And Puchils is keeping track of D+ Kia because this is going so well. The flush going to be confirmed, but a knock here for 7-7. He is on fire.
Dude, he is just holding this together. Every single time there is a push point or a danger for Tianba, 7-7 is just finding it. He's getting back out, getting those knocks, and making sure he gives the rest of his team some breathing space.
He's just crazy good. He's so clean right now. Just some disgusting sprays, and that sends Flash packing back to Puchils.
It sent me back too.
Yeah, no doubt, dude. And Puchils here just keeping his eyes onto D+. I mean, this is a little bit tricky now for Day Trade because their numbers have been thin. Tianba looks like they're going to be able to get their res. Ideally as Day Trade, you really need to find a point where you can, take 2 out of D+ Kia without losing anybody, or somehow trick D+ Kia into fighting Tianba. But right now, D+ is swinging in their direction.
I do like this slower movement coming out from Tianba, realizing the fact that, okay, there's probably going to be people playing to the south. We just managed to defend up. Day Trade should probably step away from us. This is just good meta reading coming out from them, making sure that they can control this northern area. And so now Day Trade, it has a new team that's going to be in their crosshairs in just one moment. But kind of the underdog is that they are the only squad with 2 members up against a stack up 3, no matter which way they're going to be looking. Problem with it is, if they take the fight into Kia, Kia's been playing a lot more passive. That's going to allow Tianba to make the push down into him. If Day Trade looks up in that northern area, they might get a bit more breathing room, as Kia might just try to go for more circle control instead of just directly pouncing behind them.
Well, the good news here for Day Trade is that right now Tianba is being really patient, and this has kind of been Tianba's MO in PCL so far this year. Is they play edge. They don't really like to get involved unless they feel like they're really confident they can take a good fight. Obviously, if teams take fights to them, oh yeah, right in the back, but underneath them is Puchils.
Just solidly held it for a while, heard the footsteps, let his teammate take those opening shots, and with that, yes, Tianba is on the move. They're coming right down in this direction. D+ Kia has stopped in their tracks, trying to figure out exactly where Puchils is going to be, and so little happening inside the circle right now as D+ Kia is looking like maybe they're going to go back to the east. That really just kind of served to let Tianba know, oh, that's where Day Trade went.
Yeah, and I think they want to knock Day Trade out. They might consider them the bigger threats here. I think I might have seen a Groza floating around in Day Trade's hands as well. So now Damwon Kia is going to try to go to the low side. Flash doing some serious damage.
He's got to hold this line for squad. Puchils coming up right back behind him. Lifts up the hillside. Shots 2 different angles. Just can't hold it together. Linchu's going to go down. Puchils tries to make it happen. But with this, it's now going to be about how D+ Kia wants to move in and how much time does Tianba have to reset.
I'd really like to see D+ kind of put some pressure on Tianba since they have a knock, but that grows it. Range! Disgusting.
Dude, 7-7. What on earth are you doing to this lobby right now?
That's a 140, 150 meter kill at least there. That is really nasty stuff.
I mean, guys, 624 damage. It feels like it's so much higher because every single bit of that damage has been pivot point fighting.
And just a little bit too keen to get information, get on the high ground is DK. again, DK at a moment. Look, okay, again, guys, Jonggu, absolutely nuts. Widely considered to be one of the best up-and-coming talents in Korea right now. But this is a really tricky task. I mean, he's got to get that Groza out of the hands of 7-7, I think, if he has any hope of winning this fight.
Now, how are we going to see this come out? Looks like he is eyeing back down to the south. I mean, that's no surprise given where the firefighting has been happening at. Hillside itself also going to provide some of the pathing options as we're going to be looking through. Keep in mind, we are in phase 8, so as this is going to be collapsing down, we're not quite to the end zone where everybody's being forced out yet, but we might end up getting into that stage. It looks like Tiamba doesn't want to just step directly on top of a snake and lose a member.
Well, I think Jonggu's going to try to play this little hill he has over there. When Tiamba's forced to come this way, he's at least got this rock for some protection, and can try to make it, with his side of the circle, either just force it to the point where he knows he can't win. See if Tiamba maybe makes a mistake. Maybe Tiamba wraps too far to the north or the south or something, and he can get a pick. Otherwise, if Tiamba plays it too safe and he's just kind of stuck behind this rock, he can eventually just go down to the blue and not give the point over to Tiamba.
Yeah, he's hoping for a technical error to come out from Tiamba's side, and they're just not giving it. Their backs right up against the blue zone, realizing the fact that, okay, we've got the numbers advantage. Don't spoil it. Wait next couple of seconds, figure out what we're going to be looking at, see how we're going to be wanting to navigate it. But you can see it's just ammo getting a bit lower on 7-7. Looks like we do see Linshu sitting a bit better in regards to that. So in-game firefighting is going to be the option, or do you think, do you go for the kill? Do you go for one more KP at this stage if you were D plus Kia, or do you think you go to blue like you're talking about?
I'd rather see him go for it at this point. I mean, we're early. Who cares if you give him an extra point in this win? I mean, it's probably not going to make a huge difference. I think the risk-reward factor here, the reward is really worth it for D+, who didn't really, put up a huge, kill game or anything like that. Yeah, the second place is nice, but if you could sneak this first place away, that could be a huge swing for you, not only giving you individual confidence and momentum, but potentially it could be a game that swings you into that winner's bracket directly.
This has just been an absolute banger of a start. Looking at everything, Tiamba still playing slow. I mean, they've managed to move out, I'd say, what, maybe 20, 30 meters from where we talked about just a second ago. No big need to separate out, wanting to lean into that wolf pack mentality as it's paid off for them right now. Making their way up this hillside, it's been a dangerous trek to get here. And let's be honest, Tiamba, I thought, probably could have gone out 2 or 3 times. How many times did we see them getting caught up in just some serious gatekeeping firefights? And they have just fought tooth and nail to get to this stage, and uh-oh, position is revealed, and that means all the wolf pack is now moving forward.
Yeah, and there's this hill that I was talking about that Jonggu has to work with. He's going to try to smoke it up, but Linshu isn't going to give him time. Oh, Jonggu!
Oh, tries to go for it, but no! With this, Tiamba going to go ahead and pick up our first game of PGC. 7-7-0-0, not going to be 7-7 uwu, man. It's too strong, too strong.
Too good for that. He's absolutely the hero here for Tiamba. Just a really solid start for this team that I think a lot of people, frankly, we just didn't have too much time to talk about them necessarily, but I really am high on this team because of the fact that you still always have Linshu, who's always been a phenomenal play caller, has won a PCS, led a team to victory that way, and he's got some players who are really stepping up behind him. We just saw 7-7, we saw Pow Pow in PCL Summer. These guys are patient, and that's the name of the game here for Tiamba in this one.
Well, I say patient, but my God, man, they were caught in so many of those.
there's enough vehicles here that you can kind of get what you need. There's enough loot you can get what you need. But Donowa really likes access to that ferry pier, that mini ferry pier. That's something they really utilize often, and a lot of teams want access to that spot because you have so much. Again, there's boats down here, so if it goes melee, there's all kinds of different directions that you can relatively easily rotate from this spot. And that's why, again, all these teams are congested in this area.
I want to point out, Petrichor Road just committed into grabbing vehicles and predominantly is just shifting into the circle. They're committed into getting centered control quite early inside of this one, not really leaning into much loot at all. Already cut a path over there. They're in that hillsides just to the east of Georgia Pole itself. Day Trade kind of doing the same thing. I mean, it's that they managed to pick up a bit more loot, I believe, and now cutting in. We have Ace that's going to be playing over under the west. But then there's just kind of that farm area, right? Like Danawa over here, Cerberus over here, FaZe. It's all kind of gotten a bit, I wouldn't say, like FaZe is probably the most comfortable out of all of them, as it's just they were the ones that were choosing if they wanted to aggress or not.
Yeah, that's kind of the nice part for FaZe because they're on the edge of this entire situation by Milta. They can kind of decide if they get involved or not. Like they can fish for some kills, and they almost got one. They almost, you know, got a fish on their line, but it wasn't quite there. So Donowa here just has to, I mean, Cerberus, guys, we all know this. We've been watching them for years now. They are not afraid to take fights. It doesn't matter what the situation is. They want it. They want this loot location for themselves.
Well, I mean, Loki's stuck here. We've got Anonix that's playing around Milta. Then we've got Salute and Soul, who've gone down to Military Base Island to get some loot. I mean, I guess that's a good call given the fact you have to assume it's open with the plane pathing and everything like that. Then they can maybe come into the West Bridge after they pick up some stuff, but this is scavenging bad. And yep, you were talking about it, Cerberus, they want this. They want the control of this area, and it looks like Haisaki is going to have to be very, very careful on this approach.
Well, Loki, the trickster god, continuously lives up to his name. He is one of the best in the business when it comes to creativity in PUBG esports. There are few who have done it better, but he's got a tough one.
Ooh, do they have to know. They have had to have seen some of the loot be scattered down below this one. Creeping up, walks right into it. Loki picks that one up easy. Now revealed. What is the rest of Cerberus going to do? They're already inside of vehicles. Now going to take some shot. Oh, shots at range. Don't really connect the way that they want it to, so that's fine. Loki just trying to scare him away. That's all he wants.
I thought Loki might have an opportunity there with that motorcycle. Now they're going to turn their attention back towards Loki, and Loki does have some backup a bit far away. Is his teammate, but
I would put a big.
It's an Onyx, yeah.
I don't know. An Onyx might not want to get too involved inside of this one. Cerberus has just a full-on push down there, and I feel like Loki's left to his own devices, as a Loki should be.
I mean, he's incredible. There's so much I can talk about with Loki, and there's a lot I want to talk about with Loki in this event because, oh, what a shot, though, from Solalzi.
What are we going to do? Anonix looks like he's at least going to come over to provide some type of support, but I don't know. The building might provide enough cover, as we can see Solalzi being far enough away that, yep, he's going to get a break point. And Danawa, somehow, man, somehow manages to come out of that. I can't wait for them to try to regroup with the guys over on Military Base Island and somehow bump into FaZe after all of that. You know, that's just how PUBG feels like sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, PUBG is... it's such a great game because of that. It's just, you never know. You never know what's going to happen. SSG up on the north side of the river. There was a crate in front of him. I don't know if they're going to have access to this or if somebody already picked it up. I'm not exactly sure. We've been watching so much of that Cerberus and Donowa fight. I wasn't really able to track that particular crate individually. Sonic's pretty much just controlling the area around Everest. I really like this. Oh, there's an interview. Hold on.
2022, and I got to do all the really fun things that Bangkok has to offer. You know, just more focused on the game and being able to, you know, grind with the team and enjoy this tournament. So that's what we're focused on right now. Kickstart has a lot of strong traits, but by far his best one, I think, is how verbal he is late game. He provides a lot of information for us, and we can make a lot of really good plays based off of it. So expect our late games to be really clean and very good at the end of the game. So of course chemistry is going to take a lot of time, but we've been putting in a lot of work and grinding together as a team. So, you know, don't worry about us, we'll be fine, and, you know, expect the Sonics that you should always expect. Thank you guys so much for watching us and supporting us. We really appreciate it. From everyone from the Sonics, we appreciate you guys so much. So thank you, keep watching, and stay tuned for PGC 2023.
Right out from the Sonics, and we're going to get instead a ton of FaZe action. They just pushed right up on top of Cerberus. Danawa, they're lucky they left that neighborhood because, man, that is not the place you want to be as poor Moss just running for his life.
Yeah, it's FaZe there coming in, and you know they have to eventually make a move somewhere. And Cerberus was kind of taking their sweet time, licking their wounds after losing one player, and FaZe is going to make them pay the price. So great stuff here. I mean, FaZe, I like the aggression I'm seeing. I love the confidence that I'm seeing from FaZe today. Truly, I'm really impressed, and I was impressed with them in the PEC. So great to see that they're able to keep this up. Meanwhile, Donowa actually sent players all the way down to the military island to make rotations through the blue, but they're going to be coming up on the south side, which is wide open, very empty, so at least for now, they'll be safe. Daytrade going to control the top of the Himalayas, and I was going to talk about this earlier, but Sonic's interview, Shrimsy, I get it. You got to talk. That's fine. I like you, so you're allowed. It's not a problem. Oh, more highlights?
แล้วเดินไถเลยครับลาระเบิดระเบิดดีนูลินลงรถมาก่อนแล้วคนที่สองโอ้มีระเบิด3ลูกแต่ว่าขอเคาะเนียนไป1เคาะเนียนไป2แล้วเคาะเนียนไป3นะครับตรงนี้ครับทั้งเต็มเป็นด้านหน้าเป็นคิวชิวมามุมนี้ได้มาดีได้ขอบบัตรได้แล้วแฟลตยิงเอาปืน
The quest to regroup with your friends. one day, separated at birth, right at the beginning of the round, they may one day find each other.
The long-lost Donowa family, yeah, with the power of friendship, going to come back and do something in this game. I mean, if they can get more than a couple points out of this game, it'll be pretty good. You know, it's a tough start. I mean, again, even though you got that 1 point, if you got that kill, you put yourself in a position where you're very late coming into these rotations. The circle is awesome. In my opinion, the players might not like it so much, but I really like this because this still has a chance to go north.
There's a lot to be talked about inside this one. We still have Everest, most of Georgia Pole that's going to be in play. The bay itself is going to be there. The bridge to the west in Georgia Pole is still going to be an active feature. Hillside's up to the northeast. We still even have the island that's just going to be the west of Rajak that's a function inside of this one that we're going to have to keep an eye on. Teams that are going to have vision on is going to be Daytrade up on top of it. Sonics did have one member up here, but they're going to go ahead and extricate themselves down that hillside that's going to be down to the southeast. Now, with this, it looks like it is fairly settled in position for high ground control, but there's a couple of small rotations coming out, and Falcons, I think, yep, they sniffed that this was not going to go their way, turned back around, and that was a narrow miss on Catastrophe.
Absolutely. I mean, they're a little bit lucky there that some of those shots from Ascend didn't connect. I mean, that's not the hardest shots in the world there for Micah. And I don't know, man. It's going to be really interesting now for the Falcons. I mean, frankly, I think they should just stay on the north side, dude, because look, it could still go up here. And if you can control maybe, you know, that bridge over there that's just between, like, the containers in that North Georgia part, I don't know.
Well, there's a lot to look at because we still have the river, we still have the base, so whenever we look at how the circles could be shifting, nothing is good or right? You know, there's still way too much water inside this, so it's going to be very interesting to see how the circle decides to act off of the behaviors with it. Most of our teams that were kind of on the outside starting to creep their way in now. You can see to the north, EXO is going to be having to contend up against D+ Kia. Tai Lu is going to be on the opposing side of EXO all the way over into the east. FaZe is starting to make their approach down in the south. They're going to be kind of eyeing where that Sonics line is going to be. But oddly enough, for what was a pretty big... Oh, hey, this is why we haven't seen Donowa together. They're together! They managed to find a way to fly to safety.
Yeah, they got an emergency pickup, and immediately...
Safety.
Are you serious?
7-7.
He's bonkers today. He gets another one!
Oh, wow! He is just unloading from that position right now. Donowa thought that they had it landed safe. Are we going to be able to see a shift over? Daytrade's up on top of this. They don't want the aggression just quite yet. They couldn't get there, and that is fortunate for Donowa.
Well, Salute has to get over there to make sure that Daytrade doesn't try to steal those knocks, because it's going to take a while to get both those players back up. That's really, really devastating there for Donowa. 7-7 is clearly on one right now, so hopefully we can get some more first-person views of him. Now, Rezes have been able to come through, so Salute able to kind of peacock his way to keeping Daytrade on the other side of this mountain.
That is the most PUBG thing I've seen in a while. You kind of get hot dropped. You have to separate. You send a couple of guys over to Military Base Island. You manage to find emergency pickup. You land. You think that you're safe. And the moment your feet touch the ground, it's like, nope, knocks come out, lose one of your members. But it does look like they're at least trying to defend up this. They're realizing the fact that, okay, yep, somebody's probably up here. They probably saw Daytrade on their land coming in. And, oh, circle of shifts. We're keeping Everest and Georgia Pole. I like it.
Absolutely. Belmoth going to be watching down on top of Donowa. Donowa really can't do much peeking because Tianba's making him pay anytime. that they show their heads. EXO just really controlling the northern area, but that is going to be leaving the next circle as Phase 3 has shifted down to the Himalayas, so we will be going south of the river for this next one. And EXO does have Tyloo. Tyloo also similar to Tiamba in some ways. Tyloo also very edge heavy, very much playing for late game circles, but likes to come in and try to control space. But that's going to be tough. I think Avenger hit a really good point on the desk at the beginning of the show today that this is going to be a very edge-heavy lobby because a lot of these teams in here, that's the way they like to play regionally. A lot of teams are going to do what works for them regionally here because it's what got you here. So, don't break what's, already working.
I mean, whenever you kind of come to Thailand, I mean, you got to make sure that you're playing for some type of edging, right? I mean, it's the strongest way to try to perform right now. As
it's the APAC, it is APAC, so you got.
That's true.
Yeah.
I mean, so we do have a phase that's going to be coming in south on it. Tyloo catching some air, going to try to skip and jump over what looks like it's going to be EXO. V7 going to have a difficult path in front of it. Let's not forget, Moss is still alive too.
Yes, I mean, one of the best players in the world this year. This is right on top of him.
This ain't free, bro. This ain't free. Landing right on top. Ace is already over here. T5's on the outside of it. Are they going to be able to make landfall? They do, somehow rolling into some form of safety. Tyloo, what?
Now, here's the thing. I'd love to know how many frag grenades Kilyakai has because potentially he could get a couple in here and do some pretty decent damage. There's more people in the air. Tyloo's turn potentially to do some damage to the Falcons who are screaming across, and they are going to not want to do anything there. They're going to go for the mountain. They might be going right for Donawa. They're going to have to go south. Okay.
What? Maybe go for that dip just on the outskirts of it. Make sure that they can deny some sight line on it. But that's not going to be too comfortable. So remember, this is where Tiamba was just absolute lighting. Look at that mini map right now. There is just bullets coming from everywhere. Falcons just scrambling on that landing. Do at least manage to make landfall, but it is not going to be comfortable for a while now. Is what we still have T5 and Tiamba both just lighting them up.
You nailed it, dude. There's a lot of people looking at this, and Anonix is going to be the first one to scoop up a point off of it. Another player was knocked for the Falcons, so Sills and DraftKing still in the smoke, still trying to cling to some kind of space in here, but there's just not enough of the northern part of the circle cut out yet that you can play these scratch marks in the side of the Himalayas safely just yet. V7 going to try to make a move here. Now, they had a little bit of space on the edge, but with the Sonics there, with SSG in the ruins area, they're going to try to go a little bit deeper. I don't know exactly where they think they're going, though, Matt. There is not a lot of space here.
Oh, Everest stays in. My God. This is just going to get more and more compacted. SSG, Sonics, V7, all going to have to fight. Petrichor Road already trying to hold them back. You see V7 trying to make that pathing. They're going to run right up next to where D plus Kia is going to be. Tiamba, it's too many targets, man. If you want to shoot everybody and there's like 30 people driving by, which one do you pick?
Not sure, but a classic thing is happening in the kill feed, NA on NA action, but a grenade up and over from Glads finds Americano, so V7 here trying to find some space to breathe, and it's going to be their Korean brethren on the other side who are suffering. Now some grenades from D+, trying to find the mark, doing a little bit of damage, but not finding any knocks themselves.
But nobody can peek. They keep hitting like something with a nade, and you want to go over and go for the flush, but it's going to be Tiamba at range that has them held down. Donawa wants to look this direction, but they're having to contend up what's going on with Petrichor Road. They're looking back down at T5. There's just bullets flying over the entirety of this firefight that is essentially just happening in the shade of all of the overhead stuff that's just going on.
And we've still got 15 teams left in this lobby, so there just
Only
isn't.
4.
I know. There just isn't much to work with, dude. They are able to get the res on the glass here, but like you were saying, nobody can really poke up and over. Ventus is trying, and he's taking damage from like 4 different players.
What do? Like, you've got an opponent a grand total of 5 meters away. Finally, Glass steps up. He manages to get something out of this catastrophe before he goes down. And now, just down to 2 members, D plus Kia, at least you got some breathing room. Well, I mean, you do still technically have Ubo just a couple of meters away.
That's that savvy veteran play from Glass. By the way, it used to be called Nefiex if you were a fan of the BWS. Silzen just putting some shots into SSG, took some damage from the Sonics earlier. Now they're going to crash right into EXO, Matt. This is going to be wild.
What do you even do? SSG's just trying to run up the hillside because there are no options. Roth clinging to life, crests up that hill, jumps out, manages to find something. This exact same thing is happening back behind. Now Petrichor Road's going to be running up where Dano is going to be on the opposing part of this hillside. That's the only reason this is slowed down for just 1 second. And Roth even managed to get in position. Nades out coming for Petrichor Road, and they are just lobbing up this side of that Everest and connecting.
Yeah, Loki down first. Now Anonix going to be throwing one. Aches left pretty weak. If that's on the money, he's got a knock coming. Summers down from Salute as well. And there's Ming going down. Salute traded quickly by Aches left.
It is just chaos everywhere. You're having to fight for every scrap of land, and it's all going to be vertical. Nox trying to cling to life, looking for every single angle that he can to try to protect, but he is going to go down. Dano on eliminated Petrichor Road. 5 kills, clinging to life. But guess what? Tiamba now making a shift into this exact same position.
Beautiful timing here from Tiamba. This is a very easy potential couple points they're going to be able to scoop up. The Sonics are also trying to figure out exactly where this was, or maybe trying to get ahead of Tiamba's rotation, one or the other there. Pow Pow going to be letting loose with the grenade. 7-7 as well, letting them fly. And actually 7-7 and Pow Pow both finding the mark.
This is just so chaotic up on this hillside, and you got to fight for Everest because this is going to be moving into a no man's land in the northern part of Everest. Falcons are going to get eliminated. Tiamba realizing, okay, we're still defended up. We've got Sonics on one side of us. It is just a cluster of teams held up over here. Petrichor Road trying to make their way in. 7-7 does go down. Finally, something coming up in the way of these teams trying to contend up against what Tiamba's trying to do up here.
Yeah, exactly. Tiggleton saving the life of the Sonics, at least for now, but I don't know how easy it is going to be to get these reses because these members of the Sonics are more towards Tiamba than he is, so it's going to have to be a hero play from the superstar for the Sonics.
And even then, Day Trade back behind this so much to have to contend with Tiamba creeping through, wanting to make sure that they can get every bit of these kills that they can. Tiggleton does have the high ground to work with, but Belmoth going to be back behind him, has got to be so cautious. As yes, he still does have one member, but what do you even do? You know it's a 3-man squad coming after you in this extremely rocky section of what we're looking at with Everest, and you still have Day Trade in front. Maybe just try to sneak down, play that southern area of it, try to like sneak away and rat it out for a second. Maybe you can try to find something happening over here, but Belmoth shuts that down on Tiamba's push.
Yeah, exactly. This is, you know, really smart here by Tiggleton because he knows that there's kind of this dead zone between him and Day Trade where Day Trade can't really see him, so he can use that to funnel Tiamba into Day Trade sight lines, give them the ability to do some damage to Tiamba, to at least give Tiggleton the ability to get deeper into this game, potentially get placement points, maybe get a few kills, who knows. Day Trade, you know, you can see they're fully watching this edge. They're not going to push over that hill, because as soon as they start coming down that hill, that gives the advantage to Tiamba potentially in a firefight, so they have to stay put, and Tiggleton knows it.
There's 3 different areas of conflict that we're looking at right now. The top of Everest and what's kind of going on over here. Then there's the ones that are hiding just in the north in the rock recesses of what's happening in Everest. And then Crates still has Ace, it has Tyloo, it has T5 over there. There's a lot to be keeping an eye on, but the Everest fight is going to dictate a lot of the control in this open area. So whoever ends up being king of the mountain, king of the hill, whatever you want to call it over here, is going to have the vision to work with and what's going to be happening inside of this next circle. So that's why this is oh so pivotal for these teams to try to navigate as cleanly as possible. And yes, now look, Tiamba has stepped away, and that means that Tiggleton is safe for now.
Yeah, I mean, he made a really smart move. You know, this is kind of that veteran savvy play that you expect from a player of Tiggleton's caliber who's, you know, just grinds like nobody's business. I mean, one of the hardest workers in PUBG esports, and that's why he's been one of the top fraggers through just about everything he's played in this year and in a lot of other events as well. The guy is absolutely incredible. XO still kicking, man. I'm excited to see what they can do. DK just kind of stuck in 2 different divots there on the other side. And yeah, this is going into that area you were just talking about a little bit ago, Matt. There's not a lot to play for in this circle. There's a few trees here and there, a few rocks, but you know, other than what's left of the mountainside itself, everything's pretty flat.
Game 1, Potato Hill. Game 2, Everest. What is this? We're going to come back tomorrow and we're going to make our way over to Stolber, man. It has just been popping off on these verticality fights. As now all of our Crates teams are going to have to leave. Our Everest teams are going to have to shift down a bit. You can see Flash going to be coming over here, but Carexi's already waiting for it. Just steps right into the spray. Corexi, though, does take a pretty decent amount of damage. Has to be careful. Here comes the shot. Oh, just jumps down the hillside. Does get the knock, does get the flush. Needs to make sure that he's moving down very, very aggressively into this.
I love that play from Buchills. Knew he had him super weak, gets another one. Gustav down as well. Pow Pow finds a double onto XO on the backside of all this. Buchills gets taken down super low. It's just Fex left for FaZe.
And it just like that, it turned on its head. Day Trade now getting control over this high ground area. And what, oh what are you going to do, Vex? Luckily, Kraitz is getting left out, so he has at least some safety for his back at the time. And looks like he's trying to crest through this one. A well-cooked nade right now. Could be big, does get the knock onto one. Poochills can't quite find the angle. Step up into it. Can Vex exploit this? Does manage to pick up one before he goes down.
Nice piece of work there from Vex. Really keeping Daytrade from potentially running away with this game. And by the way, Exalt doing some things, taking down the hometown favorites of T5. Exalt able to get all 4 players here. I was a little bit worried about them. There's potentially a player who was a little bit sick, but Patapong gonna take down Janggook, D+ out in 8th place. At least they get a placement point.
All right, Ace making their move across, realizing they don't want to be out in the open, so they're just going to send it across. Exalt, though, lining them up. Chris at least managed to take down Uba, but it came at a massive cost, man. Just trying to pick up whatever you can inside of this absolute mess along the sides of Everest, man. This is just crazy.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Art, the only one left now for Exalt. Oh, I take it back. He's dead. That's the IGL. Patapong going down himself. Tiggleton striking, lurking from the shadows, finally springing to life, and Pow Pow from downtown just knocks Zhao Yang back to the lobby.
Pow Pow putting out that pew pew right now, just absolutely demolishing people. As now, what are you going to do, Tyler? You've got a tree and a couple more to work with and some smokes. It's going to be about utility. Luckily, a lot of this fighting has been happening inside of rock crevices, stuff like that. So a decent amount of utility should be held by these teams to contend with how open this next set of circles are going to be.
Yeah, and oh my God, Pow Pow, what is that? What is that spray from that range? A grenade there, just not able to quite get enough underneath that car to do damage over the top of the hill. Another one's bouncing in. I think that's just a flash or something in there, and oh, it's a blue zone, excuse me, that's right. The white ones are the blue zones, the blue lines are the flash grenades, and that's a great molly from ZYY. Finishes them both.
13 kills. After what they did in game 1, Tiamba, man, are absolutely cooking. And they have control over the circle. They're the only, okay, they have one player inside the circle, but they're the only team that has one player inside the circle.
They might win back-to-back to start this thing. I mean, what a great entry into this event for them, but Daytrade might have something to say about this. If they could get a win, that'd be huge. Pow Pow just absolutely obliterates Tyloo. I mean, they weren't in a great spot. They were stuck on a tree. It wasn't too hard for Pow Pow, for a player of his caliber, to find those 2 players right next to each other. But still, nice piece of work from him, and this is why we've been highlighting this guy, why we've been talking about him as a huge fantasy pickup. 7 kills now in this game.
But look at this, 15 kills for Tiamba. They now have circle control. They use the vehicle, shifted down that hillside. Everybody else is fighting on Everest. So, well, I say everybody else. It's Daytrade and Tiggleton. He's got the high ground that he's working with right now. And what can he do with it? It's going to be ZYY that's at least pushing into that position. But anything that Tig manages to accomplish here is just going to make Tiamba's job that much easier to close this out.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and I think Daytrade knows it. They catch him out. Tig! Oh, he only got one, but he got so beat up there from the grenades and the shots that he's not able to do any more damage. I think if he's got about 50 or 60 more HP there, he might be able to pull off the double, but instead, Daytrade is going to go for the res. And look at this Tiamba, so proactive. That knock may have just cost Daytrade the game.
I mean, ZYY coming up right back behind him, knows exactly what to look at, going to hit some shots into Belmont, at least scare him away. Daytrade, they have nowhere to go. They're already pinched. They're stuck on the side of Everest. They've got a down member in their hands just trying to figure out where they can go. And Pow Pow, who's absolutely been lighting people up, is just holding down the center, waiting for something to show its face. And I mean, Poochills, you can't get him at this stage. It's just, you're just trying to stay ahead of the blue zone.
Yeah, the mechanical display. Oh, display. That's like me combining spraying with display.
Hey, a good spray is a display.
There you go. That's what I'm talking about. Tiggleton is going to get a kill there, find his 5th in the match. Belmont has Pow Pow.
Oh, that just opened up this game. Can Daytrade turn it back around? Now using this position, they've got the low ground, they've got the circle control, and now ZYY has to fight his way down in the open, hits the shots, and with this, we're in a 1v1. Flash one-sided, creeping up, but no! Denied Tiamba again!
Back-to-back win for Tiamba. Tenacious, insane, gifted mechanically.
Holy, oh, this is just, they are on fire right now. This is an astounding performance from them to kick this off.
Dude, I am blown away with Tianba. There's nothing else to say. They are on one. Every player on that team is cracked right now.
Yeah, what else can, the fact that they managed to fight back. Pow had that circle on lock, man, and they hit some crucial shots onto him, opened it up, and then just pulled everything apart. Let's go ahead and throw it over the analyst desk to break down so much of that match.
We're back. Game number 2 is done, and Tianba shows us they came to play. Everyone on the team firing all cylinders. In fact, at the end of the last game, we had a little bit of fun with Pow's numbers, and he took that personally.
Yeah.
And came out in this one to show that he himself is a superstar. As we go over the highlights, a big shout out to ZYY. Also, this is a player who doesn't have a lot of quote-unquote S-tier experience, and he's clutching it out.
Yeah, that's crazy. Really good play by him, of course, to be able to take the 1 versus 2 on, even though he took a headshot. But yeah, super well executed here, and I gotta say, a back-to-back from Tianba on Group A, I did not expect that. I did not see that coming, Buffies.
It's just coming. I mean, they came to play. There are some folks who are maybe playing a little slower on the gas. Tianba is not interested. They have been putting up the fights, they have been taking them, and they have been winning them. And every single move that we've seen them make has been strong. By the same token, you're seeing it here. Daytrade has also had 2 incredible games back-to-back, 3rd place and 2nd respectively. They came to play. I mean, I don't know if that's the hometown squad pumping them up in the background, but man, these guys are on fire.
Yeah, Tianba, you can see super big celebrations here coming on from Tianba. Good to see. And Pow almost got left hanging, but he was like, give it to me.
Saved him at the end. Saved it just like in the game. Saved him at the end.
Exactly there. Good to see Pow popping off. And yeah, huge fantasy pick. And a little bit sad now after 2 games that I didn't end up going with him as well. But yeah, he's definitely a huge pick. And I had to differentiate a little bit. To you know, not pick that. To make sure you can see if you can get ahead of some of the other guys. But yeah, you're happy for him.
I am. Welcome back to the desk. My name's Tavis. I'm joined by Avenger here. We're talking about that struggle with sort of when you talk about fantasy, who do you pick on the bottom, or sort of the cheaper players. Pow was, I think, underpriced, and that's what we saw here in this game. Is he has that clutch potential. He knows how to make those plays, and I mean, honestly, his team seems like they are playing on another level. Now, my question is, there is a lot of PUBG ahead. We've played our first 2 games. Will they keep it going? I hope so, but we don't really know. It doesn't matter. They've got so many points right now.
They got so many points already. Like the morale boost and the confidence boost, just off that alone is literally. I'm like, okay, they're going to win this bracket. Like, I feel like that's already at this point here. Like, if you're starting that strong, there's no way you're going to throw it. Right. It's only 10 more games.
I mean, 40 points to start. I mean, literally 20 points is considered a great game in PUBG, and that's what they're averaging
27
per game right
this
now.
Game. There's 47 in 2 games. So like, that's just wild.
Wow.
2,000 damage. Good to see here. Got good amount of utility coming in. But yeah, Daytrade, as you said here, 2nd place after their 3rd in the previous run, right? Good run for them for the home turf team here. So good to see. But yeah, still, it was a game that they could potentially have. Done a little bit better with.
Absolutely. I mean, again, 17 kills is absolutely crazy. Remember, only 64 players jump out of airplanes. 4 of them are on your team, and you can't kill them. That means 17 of 60 possible kills went the way of this team. Pow comes out so strong. I'm sure once we get to man of the match, he is going to be featured on that. 778 damage. Still making sure that he plays the tank role, though. 434 taken. Pow out there in front when he needs to be. But I do want to give a shout to ZYY. He is the guy that has been added to this roster, has stepped up, and like you said, if you go over, I encourage you right now, go over to the internet, look up what he's played for before. He's always sort of been a filler on rosters, a substitute, and he's blowing us out of the park. Here it is, though, man of the match, Pow, well deserved.
Yeah, exactly. Good to see Pow here coming in, popping off. You know, 7 kills and 700 plus damage, almost 800. So yeah, again, clutch situation for him here. Good to see CYY come in and clutching it up in a 1 versus 2 situation with Daytrade. Like, that's just, That's just going to put so much more points on the board for you, of course, and a clutch for them.
Yep.
You can hear the crowd cheering, though. That was a day trade win in the crowd's heart, that's for sure.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if you're a fan who lives here in Thailand and you're coming to visit, you're going to be pretty happy with Day Trade's performance.
Yeah.
There's the match leaderboard for you guys to take a look at right
47 points for Tianba. I cannot believe it. 27 for this one here,
Yep.
20 from the last one. That's just incredible. Good to see Day Trade out there, of course. 15 for them. Sonic's 10, another good game for them, yeah. So again, it's a lot of double dippers here
And
in these.
Therathon 5 got 4th. I mean, the other hometown team to make a comeback here and get themselves 15 points is going to be very exciting for everyone. I think a lot of fans were not so happy when those two teams in the region ended up in the same group. Also a shock on the bottom.
Yeah,
Cerberus and
huge
Danimal
shock.
again having a rough go of things.
Yeah, 2 first games, of course, in a hot drop situation, of course, a little bit unfortunate. So, yeah, good. Hopefully, aren't good for them that we're gonna be jumping over to another map now. So we're gonna see that they kind of a little bit of a mental reset, and of course, hopefully not be in a contested situation. Otherwise, you're not making out of the group stage in the winners bracket.
And now's where we switch it up, right? We head to those 2 maps that have been added recently. Their first time this year, Vikendi and Tego in rotation. Vikendi has proven challenging for some teams to adjust. Maybe Polar Bears haven't been as impactful as people thought they would be initially, but the Storm, things like that.
It's more an annoyance.
It is an annoyance. I think Vikendi is a map of annoyances in some ways, and players have to learn to deal with that. But I do think it gives a chance for teams like maybe Cerberus to do a hard reset, to say maybe we're not contested here. Maybe we can sort of say, you know what, Erangel's done for the day. Let's look at something else.
I think what I like the most about Tego and Vikendi is that you come into these 2 new maps in a situation where you are not as prepared as you are in Erangel. Remember, you don't know the map as well. You're gonna be driving around. You're gonna be seeing new stuff, and you're gonna be having new tendencies with the circle. You're gonna see circles you didn't expect kind of coming at you. So that's one thing that I'm really excited to see. Like at the very highest level, at PGC, you're gonna have some situations where like teams are gonna do stuff that other teams have never seen before. Like there's a guy on top of this hill or whatever. It's gonna be crazy.
We'll be back after this break with game number 3.
Unleash my shopping spree
Duty-free from big brands.
at all King Power stores and King Power online.
It's possible. Enjoy great selections, promotions, and privileges.
The power of possibilities. King Power.
Hanuman's forces have set up their barrier. They are waiting for sunrise before they release their guard.
Very good. With my magic, the night will turn. Enemies beware. Mayara is coming for you.
ยืนหนึ่งมันไม่ง่าย แต่ไม่ยากที่จะทำแค่ตั้งใจและสนุกกับมัน
เท่าแก่น้อย ตอบโจทย์ทุกไลฟ์สไตล์แบรนด์สาหร่ายยอดขายอันดับ 1
ถ้าสาหร่ายต้องเท่าแก่น้อย
Here's the weather update for the Rondo area.
From the Rondo region, if you've been yearning for the sun after yesterday, please check your flight schedules to ensure your travel plans.
Why did you come to Rondo? Stand your ground.
Well, we were saying the fact that it was going to be a wild start to everything, but I was not expecting Tiamba to just absolutely be demolishing the group of death.
I feel like I'm back in like early PCS days for Asia right now. I mean, this is what we saw at times back in those early like PCS Charity Showdown, PCS 1 days for Tiamba, where they would just come in and slam teams. And, you know, this is really interesting for a whole lot of reasons. Obviously, Lin Shu, one of the all-time great shot callers, one of the all-time great players we have in PUBG esports history. Now he's got like some players, you know, they've been kind of shifting things around. Longsker wasn't even brought here to this event, a player who's been really, really strong for them. But you can see that bringing in ZYY a couple months ago into this roster, a brand new player, never played in an international event before, and he clutches that chicken dinner.
I mean, on top of that, we just have to realize we're now done with Erangel for the day, and we're on our way to Vikendi. So it's got to now do the next evolution. Like, what have these teams been saving? And the couple of times that they've been playing around in Vikendi, what new strategies might they try to bring out? We were going to have storms that we're going to have to contend with. There is a whole new level of just strategy that's going to have to evolve at this stage.
Yeah, and this is still a map that teams have told me they're still trying to figure out exactly. They're trying to get kind of a feel for it. They're trying to get the pulse of it. You know, does it play more like Erangel? Does it play more like Miramar? Those are kind of always the baselines of what teams compare these things to. It's kind of like a mix of both in a lot of ways. There's a fair amount of foliage on Vikendi, and there's a fair amount of kind of terrain to work with, but it's not as... The thing about it that isn't nearly as similar to Miramar is it's a lot more drivable off-road than Miramar is. Like, that's the complaint that a lot of people have about Miramar is it's hard to drive. But the thing that makes Miramar so good is that because it's hard to drive, it's also a lot more fun in the late game because there's a lot more hills and crap to work with. So that's like kind of the double-edged sword of Miramar that Vikendi is a little bit more forgiving on.
Well, we also do have like the more open sight lines that Erangel can sometimes provide. But that's mitigated by the storm coming in at different stages of what's going to be going on in the action. Is we've seen that in a lot of the qualifier rounds moving into this, that the storm coming in that mid-stage, whenever usually you'd be going for more ranged harassment, start trying to do the attrition war and kick that off, you're denied that. And instead, it turns into a lot more of a foot firefight where people are like peeking over right next to them to try to get control over the territory before they have to make the next rotation.
Exactly, Matt. And the other thing to keep in mind is that it's easier to see into the storm than out of it. So if you're in the storm, you're actually kind of doubly in trouble because teams outside of it can actually see you much better than you can see them. In a lot of cases, you can't even see outside the storm. So that's kind of the real potential issue that you have. FaZe has come out swinging in the early parts of the game, haven't been able to translate it into super successful late parts of the game. Now, that being said, some really nice stuff individually we've seen from them. Vex, we know these guys are cracked. We know what they can do. Donowa has been caught up in early game hot dropping, so they haven't been able to put stuff together. And you can see Lin Shu giving us the glasses because this guy's got the big brain. He is absolutely the main character of this story right now.
Well, a core component to what we're seeing be success for teams that are climbing on the leaderboard right now is kill points, because it has just been so chaotic in the later stages. Sure, scrapping here or there and being able to get a placement point is going to do you good, like Tig managing to survive with that really smart counter move that he made on top of Everest that did buy them stuff. But in comparison to the 16 kills that they've got versus their 7 placement points, you can see that the lion's share of that is going to be, yes, okay, we've got to be killing early. And I mean, again, as we're looking across this, we're looking at FaZe you mentioned just a second ago, no placement points right now, but presently inside of 7th place, just off of kills.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's all you need to do in this phase of the tournament. You just need to get yourself in that top 8, get into that bracket. So, you know, how you do it doesn't matter. As long as you've got the points, who cares? What's really interesting here, just kind of filtering through some of the stats I'm looking through on Twire. Right now, 3 out of the top 4 top-rated Twire players are Tiamba. Number 1, number 1, ZYY. Number 2, 77. Number 3, Lin Shu. And then Tiggleton at 4th with a really nice, couple games for himself there individually for the Sonics. So
finally, I picked Tiggleton at the group stage. Every PGC. And let's be honest, Sonics don't always do me the best in the group stage. Finally, he manages to do it. See, I was a believer.
That's good. You should be. I think you should be a believer in the Sonics. I think a lot of people's tier list coming into this event didn't have Sonics in their S tier, and I sort of get why people are doing that, but I kind of didn't agree. I thought, they've had enough time with Kickstart now that they should be able to do it. A lot of cheers coming through for Day Trade as you expect.
Yeah.
Almost able to get that win. I thought Flash had ZYY dead to rights underneath it, but somehow ZYY was able to turn on him.
Man, this has been a mechanics ending for so many of these. Like, we sure, whenever you get to PGC, you're supposed to see top tier mechanics. But how fast we've seen some flicks come into play, the scrappiness and the unrelenting desire to want to give up has just been a core component for so many of these team successes that we're seeing in the top 8. And like you said, we're looking at points per game right now. This is the group stage. So just being able to scrap together 3-4 points on a game that's just going terribly is a huge win moving forward.
Exactly. That's the name of the game a lot of times is just making, when, you know, because not every game can go your way. There's just too much going on in PUBG. So it's making the most out of those situations when the points aren't necessarily going to be going in your favor. So Exalt did get all 4 players here. I didn't really get a lot of time to talk about it, but Art was not feeling well, but he was able to kind of power through and get through. Now, Matrim, time for some Vikendi. Let's go, baby.
Oh, we heading into the snow. Sure to split up Danawa and force them not to be able to land and go into 2-2 right off the get-go. Aha! That's going to be how it goes. Oh, well, I guess that's going to be how we start this one off. So, and that's going to be Corexy going to go ahead and be sent down, flushed out by cars. And is that going to be an... Oh, I don't know. Vex? Vex has got some goals,
Wait,
it looks like.
There's someone in here with him.
Yep.
He's got a player from the other team with him.
He's just kind of watching this go. Yeah, I mean... unofficial. Well, I mean, look.
Right? Is that right? Is there? I see different colors on the map. I can't quite tell.
No. You're
it
right.
is. I
Ming
am
is
okay.
driving,
I'm not crazy. It
and
is
Vex
Ming.
is in the car.
Okay. What is happening?
PGC. And let's keep in mind, this now circle is all the way down to the southeast. We'll deal with that in a second. All right. At this point, this Uber is not really going where Vex wants it to. I'd say it's at least 1 star, maybe 2. I mean, his friend already just was a casualty of the driving situation. Oh, doesn't even let Vex out. That's okay, Vex. You won in my heart.
I don't even understand. This has been just a very wild day.
Is every game just game 6 scrims? Is that what's going on right now?
I mean, Petrichor Road, every right to do what they did. I mean, Corexy was out there, couldn't win the drop for the vehicle, and they tried to save him by, you know, ramming the other vehicle out of the way before it ran him over, but it was just too little too late. So FaZe there, we've been singing their praises, but they lose 2 players early here on Vikendi.
Yeah, I mean, now let's deal with the circle, because as you can see, FaZe is just barely inside the circle, and that's going to be Gustav, as James is not inside the circle. This is about, I don't know, 1/3 the way down Vikendi to the south, as I would say a good 25% of the circle looks like it's water, maybe closer to like 20. But it's going to mean the fact that Sonic's going to have key position at the start. Day trade T5, a lot of our early fragging squads are going to be in a comfortable position and territory control going into this.
Yeah, I'm actually really happy about this circle, Matt, because I have only gotten to cast 3 Vikendis so far, because I did PNC and we had 3 Vikendis there. That was it. So that was the only 3 I've gotten. All 3 of them were like dead center, like right around like that middle grassy valley. and now I finally get to see something different. So personally, I'm very excited about this circle. Should be really interesting. You know, the castle here offers you some kind of, you know, high ground and protection early. Potentially, day trade's going to be fanning out for what looks like kind of a split, but I think we got a highlight coming up here.
Set up the pathing on how some of our squads managed to make it into this stage. So it's, I think, get an eye on how Sonic's managed to get here.
Players spray down. Shrimzy already down to half HP. Now it's all the Tiggleton show once again. Find themselves in the center. Shrimzy now going for the play. He will find the knock. Only we'll check in with the weatherman as we proceed here. Kickstart will find Poonage.
Sharpshot is going to be spotted out. He's going to go down. So Elevate can't make landfall after their reposition. H-Win.
All right, picking up a couple of kills from the Sonics and how they managed to make their way through. They also have a nearby friend in Falcons that's getting pretty close to them, T5. Going to be a bit more to the northeast from their position, about, what, 600-700 meters away, somewhere in that range. But we're starting to get into, again, center meta strong. Everybody kind of gets into this position, turns out, looks at everybody that's going to be coming in, and it's just going to be a wave of gate-kept points. Now, the circle does provide more options for gatekeeping, as we do have the water, we do have those roads along the outsides of it, a lot more options.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, again, the driving off-road isn't as bad as Miramar, but it can be a little tricky. The snow can be, you know, a little bit unforgiving at times, but for the most part, the teams aren't, they don't complain to me about this map with the driving, I'll put it that way, compared to Miramar.
I'm from Texas, man.
Yeah.
Anytime I see driving on ice, I get a little bit nervous. So.
Oh, yeah, you guys can't handle that stuff. Meanwhile, I'm just like, ice, yeah, let's go. Like, we do this on a day that ends in Y in Wisconsin, my friend.
Truth. So we'll see Petrichor Road making their rotations in. They are going to have Danawa, who we just mentioned a second ago, having some struggles in the early game, and it looks like Petrichor Road going to try to continue. Almost a bit targeted in this, as now Danawa is going to have to shift to the south. We do have a couple of storms also showing up, as our Eye in the Sky going to have, it looks like, a couple of different options moving out, but nothing looks like it's going to be threatening the circle too much.
Yeah, those storms, fortunately, aren't really impacting any of the teams in this stage of the game. Petrichor Road just going to be loading up, you know, kind of switching around. It's really important these days, by the way, to make sure that you're loading up your vehicles with extra supplies, whether that be mortars, whether that be Panzerfaust, whether that be extra like level 2 helmets and vests that you find along the way, to make sure that you can kind of extend your fights potentially if you can keep your vehicles alive into the game. So that's actually made vehicles even more important with the added ability to carry capacity inside of them. So that's something that a lot of players are really keen about, something that that Trevor, the coach for LG, was really stressing to me that he likes about Mime coming over to the team, was that Mime is really proactive about making sure that the vehicles are topped off with like extra gear, extra utility, all these things that kind of extend your life in games. Now, they're not here right now, but that was somebody who at least like mentioned that to me, that I thought that was really interesting, that, you know, it's something you may not see a lot on the screen. You guys aren't seeing it because we just can't show it. It's just
too much action going on. Sorry, we can't.
Way too much.
And not necessarily fun to watch somebody run over there and open a trunk, but it is going on. If you want to have a better chance of actually catching that, as keep in mind, we do have the map feed that's going. Of course, the main program that we've got happening right here. But if you go over to PUBGesports.com, we've got Sonics, Danawa, Day Trade, Tiemba, Petrichor Road, and Tyloo that you can go watch their perspective all the way through. So if I might be tempted to go over there and see what's going on.
Imagine if you're watching Tiamba today. Yeah, what a treat you're getting.
Yeah, I mean, you can pick up a couple of those, but the problem with it is whenever you're watching Tiamba right now, it's like, oh, that's a great move if I could hit those shots.
Yeah, right. Yeah, if only. Malduct has been playing really well, by the way. I've been hearing a lot of good things about him. He had a couple big kills in that previous game for Exalt, so glad they're up to all 4 players. Again, Art was able to get here today. There was an early situation with him in the first game where he was still trying to recover to get himself here. Was able to do so. That's awesome. I'm very happy for Exalt. I love to see them at all 4 up and running, especially with Uva in there. We're going to talk about that a lot, rightly so. And over by Tekamesto, you've got a couple different teams around here. You got Petrichor Road kind of sandwiched between the Korean squads, D+ Kia and Danawa, but right now they are not really super close to each other. It looks closer on the map than it really is, but nobody really flirting with any danger there. It's Tyloo going to be coming in late as usual. Again, a very edge team, but so is Tiamba, and they could potentially be vying for some of that space up on the northern side.
Yeah, again, center meta continues, as it's just going to be Plenty easy pathing to get on that. We don't even have anybody that's playing around the castle line, and that's no big surprise. Our latecomers into this circle are going to be a Sin that's going to be over into the east. We've got Tyloo that's going to be coming in pretty much due north, and Cerberus that's going to be coming over next Deca. So that's mostly what we're going to be trying to keep an eye on. But Tiamba playing that kind of northeastern area, as we can see them making their rotation right now. So with Tiamba kind of coming over here, they might bump into Tyloo or Ace, depending on how that pathing comes out for them.
Yeah, that's a good point. Now that they kind of wrapped the other way, and now a lot of teams are going onto that eastern road, and Exalt is actually sort of pseudo camping. You were talking about it earlier, those rotation traps that teams will set up on those roads. Exalt, I don't know if they're necessarily doing that, but by default, they're going to be doing that with their position. Danawa's still scoping out what's going on with Petrichor Road.
Yeah, Ace and Tyloo look like they're about to bump into each other, and depending on how that pathing is going to be happening right next to that city, so that could lead to some small skirmishes. Cerberus making their approach, and yep, there we go. It's going to be Tyloo that's just a bit ahead, but Ace not wanting to get too involved in, no surprise, blue zone fight. Shin has stopped out and is kind of eyeing what's going on over here, but those shots are going to connect, and now it's going to be, it's going to be in a touch of trouble. He's going to go ahead and get flushed out, and Tyloo rewarded for some perseverance and trying to stick through the city fight.
Yeah, Mika going to pay the price. Again, we talked about Tyloo Tiamba. Oh my God. Whoa.
That is a hard shift. That is hellacious. I mean, we had some water in this. Now this is mostly water. Falcons, Cerberus, SSG, Sonics, heavy beneficiaries from this.
Hey, you're welcome, Sonics. That is a really nice circle for them. They should be able to kind of coalesce into a four-man as I see them doing that. Oh, great response here from It's Chris for Ascend. Finds Shen out in the open. That's a powerhouse player for Tyloo. Potentially down. He's out on his own, so not much he can do. James maybe going to go for the last player. Oh, the second to last player for V7. Still another car for V7 trailing here. It's Glaz as the anchor point of this convoy. And now I think V7, though, should be A-okay. James not really able to find any damage.
And so now, yeah, I was a bit worried there for a second, given the fact of how cars have been so far, as been a bit of a thorn in the side of FaZe so far in this game, but brave to take those shots, and well, Roth's going to go ahead and find Heaven, take him out, and this is going to be the continuance of just being able to get position early. The rest of the squad for V7 is kind of making their pathing right into the rest of Space Station Gaming. Is already entrenched over here. Those shots are at least going to discourage them away, but now it's going to lead them right back into T5. V7 just now, oh, Sharp saving V7 there.
Dude, he hit a player on V7 in the chest with that M24, and then he's going to find a knock with it as well. Really nice stuff from Sharp with that bolt. V7 just trying to find something of safety. Just anything that they can get would be great, and I think maybe they'll be able to wrap around Kranich here and find something, but it has not been easy. Tiamba going to scoop up a couple points here, or finish off a couple, and it's going to be a kill for H-Win, a kill for Shrimsy, a kill for Kickstart to start for the Sonic. Summer still in the smoke. They're backing off, and he gets two with it!
Oh my God, now he's just trying to run up, trying to get the Molotov off, and it is going to land right on top of him. Kick, what are you going to make for the choice? Two members of Sonics going down off of a big play from Summer.
Beautifully executed from Summer. That's that veteran wily presence you love to see. Just baiting the Sonics into thinking he maybe had gone around the corner or something, and instead he nails them both with a perfectly placed, perfectly timed grenade with the Molotov to follow. Disgusting. That absolutely just has to be heartbreaking for the Sonics. There's still a ton of water in this circle. Now, it's going to have to remove it next circle, but Matt, that is still not a lot of playable terrain. I don't see this part of Vikendi almost ever.
I know. This is absolutely crazy. Watch it play out. Ace going to go ahead and use an emergency pickup. They're going to probably drop themselves on the coastline. Exo's going to spot out Zolt as they're making their rotation. Going to go ahead and connect onto him. And it's going to be Uba down, out, and flush. It's going to be Akita that goes ahead and finishes him off. It's like, no. I'm going to make sure to take him out with the vehicle.
Look at this.
Now the pathing for this is going to get more complicated. It's all going to be about popping over here into the east.
I like what Exo did there. Well, there goes Tyloo eventually to Tiamba in the long run. That fight happened, but I like what Akita did there. He was like driving around his teammate, acting as like a mobile, like flush confirmer, like able to just run people over if his teammate can find the kills. So nice stuff there. Exalt only loses Uba. That's obviously a big loss, but these guys still quite good in their own right. And also another important thing for Exalt is Art is calling the shots. He is IGLing for them.
And we do have Jeems that's managed to sneak his way over here. Remember, pretty kitted. It's going to be SSG trying to run over here right next to Sonics, who are quite weakened. And so now SSG do manage to find a spot to control from, but they have some, I guess, hungry, angry teams right next to him that want to get just any point that they can.
Sharpshot has an AWM. He must survive.
I need that in my life.
Yeah, exactly. That's all I want. It's no bias towards Sharp, but it's bias towards AWM. Day Trade making a mad dash here towards T5, Matt.
Oh, coast isn't open.
Oh, this is Scary Town.
Be careful. They're going to stop right over here next to him. That little bit of a dip going to be enough to buy them time for. And now Coastline Property is popping off right now. That's where everybody's wanting to make their way to. It's the hot spot in Vikendi right now, to say the least.
Yeah, but it's not quite as safe as, say, James is actually going to find Pixel. So now SSG is aware to this lurking player. It's actually H1 from the Sonics who gets some damage in there. Grenade right in his face. He was done anyway. Sharp able to find the knock.
And SSG just kind of been a beneficiary of this. Gustav was on his way over here to provide some support the moment his teammate died. Now going to have to stop off in the distance. He's being harassed by Exo. We've got Tiamba as well that's going to be creeping in right along the pathing where Gustav is going to be. So Coastline fighting up into the hill where the road's going to be, where we just saw the SSG positioning. And now it's looking like there's at least a bit more space for people to work with until V7 decide that they're going to do an emergency pickup and land in the thick of it as FaZe gets eliminated.
This is a little bit tricky. The coast here is interesting. It's a bunch of crates just drop in the water. But I just saw it off screen, and now you can see it from ZYY's perspective. But the coast on Vikendi isn't quite as forgiving as, say, Tego. Tego has a lot of playable coast, like a lot of coast that's really defendable, really easy to work with.
Paper, dude, I just now saw it.
Go ahead.
Storm coming into the east.
Oh, no.
This is circle 3. This is going to cover near on everything because of the way that the water's come in. Now we have the drops coming in as well. Do manage to land right over here next to him. It's still 50% water?
Oh,
what
my
the
God.
hell, man?
This is going to end right by the coast. This is like, with this much water still in, like, you have to be thinking as a player right now that this is very likely to end almost on the coast, within probably 100 meters of the coast.
I know that we do have some firefights going on, but yes, the storm is also going to be coming into the east where most of our teams are going to be trying to path. So there's probably going to be a lot of foot firefighting happening inside of that as teams are going to try to use that opportunity to try to sneak into the zone.
This is going to be nuts. This is going to be absolute insanity. I mean, you have to play for coast now. And every team's going to be diving past. Fate, Molotov going to combine to get Emmy. Falcons trying to do what they can to get through. H1 helping out, gets the knock.
I mean, it's just a wing and a prayer. You got to do what you can. Send it early because the longer you wait just means the fact that there's even less of a chance that you're going to be able to make it through. Falcons do lose one in this, but they're just completely getting decimated on different angles. Damage is coming out everywhere for them. V7 going to spot out Cerberus and make sure to do some more damage into them. So they do manage to control their area. Cerberus going to have to limp away from that one. Danoma are going to be up on top of all of this, trying to referee some of it, but they don't have the cleanest sight lines into anything that's going on this coastline.
And this is if you can get into this coast, this is a mechanical God's playground. This is where you have some space to work with. You have a little bit of cover, and you got some open area to punish these other teams. T5 is going to punish Day Trade. They have Tiamba potentially to contend with next. We'll see if that fight does come to fruition, but over here, T5 has some knocks, and here come these grenades, and they're huge!
That is just all she... Those Molotovs to follow up were just absolutely on point. Now, Tiamba can't really use the opportunity to try to creep their way in on this one. They had one of their members go down, and it's just going to be on Akita, just holding this angle very thoroughly, making sure to defend out his teammates, very separated away from him, but that's the perfect thing. If he can sacrifice himself, even if he can't regroup, just to force all of this out, it's going to be massive.
Bro, what a nade from Akita! I don't know if he could hear Pow Pow's footsteps, but he figured that puzzle out quite quickly. Now he's going to try to go for the flush, and he's got cover from his teammates. This is really, really nice from XO.
We're finally seeing something stop out what's going on with Tiamba. So with this, they're at least going to be able to take out something with getting it down onto Akita, but it's still not a clean pathing for them to work with. We still have the rest of EXO that's going to be gatekeeping over here, and then it's going to be SSG back behind them. We still do have one of the members up. Monty trying to see if maybe he can harass something, but I think the Tiambas kind of realized it. There's no clean path, so you just take what you can. They're just going to run and gun their way through it. Monty denies it.
Ooh. Yo, let's go. That is some sick stuff from XO, man. Really nice setup, really good execution. I thought it might be Tiamba fighting T5, but instead it was XO defending against Tiamba incredibly well, and then T5 just got wrecked by their nades earlier, so now ZYY left alone for Tiamba. Once again, let's see if he can salvage some more points.
Okay, I mean, Circle, you got to go to the north, so it is going to go pretty much where everybody was expecting. Danoa kind of beneficiary of getting into this position pretty early. They've got one of the compounds to work with, and it's going to be D plus Kia that's just going to be to the west of them. Those both stay in play. And the fight that's going on in the east going to have to continue as SSG, last member up for Tiamba, going to have to creep in, T5, and then we also do have those two members of the Sonics. They're going to have to figure out how they're going to want to make an approach into this.
Yeah, I like the fact that Sharp has a AWM here. He could really do some damage. That is a heck of a grenade there. Just came up short, though, hit the edge of that rock and didn't bounce as far as it could have. If it had been maybe another like foot to the right for Silzen, he might have been able to do some serious damage to Sharp, but Sharp going to be turning his attention to these teams that are lurking on the eastern outskirts.
This is a big game for all of these teams. Tiamba finally taking some casualties early means the fact that while they've been like sponging up all of these points to try to contend with, the rest of the leaderboard is fairly compacted. So you can see SSG managing to pick up just a couple of kills right now, moving themselves into a decent point to start assaulting up the leaderboard, because if you look, I mean, 11th all the way up into 13th is only a 5-point spread.
Yeah, no, it's really, really close. It's really, really close right now because Tiamba's been soaking up so many points. Sonics, I'm not sure if they would benefit from a storm on top of them right now. Danoa's trying to end this issue before it starts. Grenade's pretty good. H1 should be knocked. Yep, that's a nice one from Loki. The follow-ups towards Kick, and they're good.
Tiamba going down. Finally, the rest of the lobby can breathe a breath of fresh air. Sonic's down. Day trade out. So T5 Falcons all having opportunities to work with as Danoa with that stretch out. SSG as well. They're going to kind of be the ones to control this area, as this is just phase number 5 and 17 alive, Paper.
Yeah, this circle's just so horrific. I mean, it's so much water in it for so long, going all the way in. You know, even in phase 5, there's still probably about a fifth of the circle that's water, so this is tricky. And now a storm to make things worse for these teams on the east. And the good news for the teams on the east is they're separated enough, and there's not too many threats other than Tanadol from Theraton 5 to really punish this storm so far. So everybody else, I think, just content to kind of hold their territory. I think we're hitting a lull here for just a bit. I think basically everybody's inside of the circle as far as I can tell, and now we kind of just wait and see where phase 6 goes. Like, is there going to be more water in phase 6? Like I said, it could potentially end close to the coast. Maybe it will shift away from that, but because now it doesn't have to remove water, it can shift back towards the water, actually.
And giving you guys a heads up, the storm is moving into the east, so it is leaving the circle. So we just got that bit of an area over there where it spelled Sonic's doom and then gave some breathing space for Danoa and SSG to separate. And yeah, this is the calm. I mean, it has been just absolute chaos for these teams to go with. It's just been a cacophony of firefighting everywhere. So, I mean, just trying to track that is going to be so hard for so many of these IGLs to work with. We do keep some of the water that you were talking about, Paper, but leaving most of the compounds behind us. Danoa, yeah, okay, they have like a wall, but they're probably not going to stay for just that wall.
Well,
it is Danoa, maybe.
Yeah, well, I think they might leave one player there potentially. I think they might just leave, like, you know, Loki or Salute or something to kind of lock down that back line, because it is a safety anchor position, I suppose. But yeah, no. You don't want to keep your full forces there. And as we can see, they're already starting to get some info there, using Loki as a spearhead. But Sharp Shot, again, he's great with those bolts, and now he's got the best one in the game in his hands, and he puts a knock into Danoa, so it's going to slow him down a bit. V7 going to just use this opportunity to gain this edge. V7, we haven't got to talk about him a lot, but they've gotten some huge kills out on this western edge to keep this space, keep this coastline in their favor, and bye-bye Thanadol.
He did at least manage to get a knock onto Sharp, but That, if anything, that just alerted the Falcons on, hey, here's a threat that's going to be approaching into the east, so they're just kind of shifting over, waiting for that one. V7 still keeping an eye on what's going to be going on with D plus Kia. D plus Kia is going to have to make I wouldn't say a scary rotation, but I wouldn't also call it very comfortable. They've got Loki as well as Solzy and V7 that are going to be eyeing them. So I don't know. Their utility should be fine. It looks like they even have a vehicle. Bringing a vehicle into this just for cover might not be the worst.
Oh, yeah, man. I'd love to have a vehicle here that I could park up against a rock or cut off an angle on a hill. That'd be super, super nice. And DK trying to pass their driver's test successfully. Congrats. You got your license. Good job, D+. And 2 members left, Django and Ventus. Going to have a little bit of room here on the north. I think they can get to this hill. It's just how much vision does V7 have on this?
Well, but there's like a couple of shacks, I believe, that are right over there. Yeah, they're just going to stop at the hill, get there. It looks like they were kind of eyeing that sight line and where Loki's already kind of fortified in at. I think that this is about as far as you can comfortably go, though. That's not even comfortable. Look, that car is the only thing that's keeping them alive from Glaz.
Yeah, Glaz is being patient. I think he's going to wait and maybe see if Fuming can get an angle. Now he's had enough. He got a good enough shot. Actually, Anonix got that knock at the same time, turning his attention to someone else. Anonix actually getting up on the roof here, start harassing some of these teams that are out on this flat ground before the coast dips down towards the ocean. Doing some decent damage there, and now Donowa wants DK out.
Yeah, and no surprise on this one. Nate's going to just roll in there easy, dude. The throwables have just been so on point today. Like the follow-up Molotovs after throwing and being like, we already know this is going to get the knock. Let's just go ahead and get the flush to follow suit. Has just been so clean. Cerberus going to go ahead and backstab right on top of what's going on with Falcons, but it's going to be followed up by Loki getting a backstab on a Haisaki, and now dominoes are starting to fall. Is going to be Danoa up to the north, getting a lot of attention from all these teams that are playing along the coast. Is SSG using this opportunity just to creep past everybody?
Yeah, if Sharpshot can find a big knock, open up some space for them potentially towards V7. Capitan just sitting behind that tire well, just hoping that he can hide for a bit longer. Sharp looking for someone to stick their face out, but V7 so far doing a good job keeping themselves obscured, busy with dealing with kind of Donowa's pressure, but Donowa in a decent position to win this game potentially, Matt. They've got downhill action. If they can get down to that next kind of divot that's in between them and V7, they've got a really good opportunity to not only control this circle, but control like some of the best terrain that I think I can see in this circle.
Ooh,
there it is. There it is.
There you go. That's the key to getting control of that coast. That is a beautiful shot, but they still have Capitan that's going to be back behind them. They've got to be careful. Backstab at that moment could be absolute catastrophe for them, and now it's going to be Danoa using the opportunity, using that hillside. They're just going to run right into it, and Capitan does get a focus in, does get the knock on to Roth, but I think there should be enough time to reset on this one. Is with the shots that came out from SSG, V7's going to have to take a second to reset as well.
Yeah. Now, the real question for V7 is how much pressure can you put on Donowa to keep them from getting much further? Because frankly, I don't think it doesn't matter too much. Now that I look at it, Donowa's just kind of like got what I said they needed to do. They took this divot in between them and V7. SSG is stuck on the other side of this circle, and they've got kind of better sight lines on each other, do V7 and SSG, so they're more likely to do damage here. Donowa just kind of needs to play defense, and they're pretty darn good at it.
Well, they're getting center control right now. It looks like it's going to be Salute that's going to have to flank over into the east, while the rest of the squad's kind of focused in on where V7 is going to be positioned at. So love this bringing out, drops even the deployable shield just to go ahead and get control into this position right now, saying, okay, nope, this is ours. I want the center of this circle, but this has kind of allowed SSG a bit more maneuvering room along this coastline. It looks like they're kind of trying to prod different angles and figure out what there's going to be their approach. Paige already has an idea on where V7 is going to be, so it's really on the other members to figure out how they want to kick this one off, and a lot of that's going to hinge on Salute and what he spots.
That's a good point. Yeah, Salute out there. He's got to be careful, though, with Sharp potentially going to be the one who sees him first. Sharp's got a pretty good advantage in that fight. With that AWM, here we go. V7 going to try to push down this hill. Paige proned. When is he going to be spotted?
Well, it looks like they're pushing right over into this. They're thinking with the nade that went off, that's going to be a firefight, and Paige just steps right into him. Gets the down, gets the flush, and now V7 has to instantly stop. Preps up the nades. Ooh. Looks like that could be lined up pretty well. Paige is going to lose about half of his life. Follow-up also going to hit. Looks like it's going to go a bit wide, but now Space Station Gaming going to need to provide some type of reinforcements, as Dano and Anonix did even leave the shield, but he doesn't want to overstep that position.
Yeah, Roth is now getting close to Salute's territory. Salute, he should see that head. Roth is going to wait. Paige trying to hold on. Salute, though, quick to react to Roth. Roth going to be backed off.
And this is all just about trying to survive. SSG is just trying to hold down the different flanks onto it. And with this page, he is going to go down. He's going to get flushed, but the cost was high as V7 taking some casualties as well. Space Station Gaming is going to get eliminated. And now Danawa, 9 kills, looking down, about to be 10. But oh, let's not count out V7 just quite yet.
Gyumin could do some damage here. Danawa scrambling to recover, trying to get their teammate back up. So Anonix and Soul just trying to spot Gyumin out. I think Salute may or may not have gotten a spot of him, but they have to have a pretty good idea. He's in some of these smokes somewhere.
So phase number 8, as it is going to be coming in right now. Blue Zone going to be biting on the tails of the last member for V7. What are you going to do? Try to pick up one more point, or maybe try to see if he can get something? He doesn't have good nade range. It's all uphill. He's already been spotted out. Here comes Danawa taking the shots into it. How long can he survive? Nade's going to be landing down next to him. He can't really counter this at the time. He's just trying to play inside the smoke, see if maybe somebody peeks for it. Soul is already going to be pushing down into it, but it's just too much utility landing right in his face. It's going to be Danawa that picks up game number 3.
Patience pays dividends for Danawa, and now that they're not involved in a hot drop, it is a win for them. Think about that. The game where they're not hot dropping, where they're not scuffling for territory, is their first win.
I mean, there is a lot to be said about just the control that they manage to influence in the later stages of it. Sometimes we see teams that can get a bit too lethargic inside of a compound whenever they've had it for a while and not really just step out. They realize the moment whenever they heard the firefighting that was happening, this is our time to step out, get control over the circle, start executing off of it, and then they manage to just hold down some very good angles just to punish anybody that steps through their territory.
Yeah, saw some good things from XO, V7, SSG in that game too, so exciting one.
Let's not forget the nice nade into Molly that managed to drop right on top of Sonics. It's we even managed to see I guess an Uber drive.
Let's take a look at the highlights as we celebrate as Donna won that game resoundingly well. What a match. And it does, you know, you heard Paper Thin say at the end of that, Martin, it's interesting how they finally stop getting themselves into some tight drop situations and they come out and they get a victory right away.
This shot from Shopko, we're going to point it out again. Right. But yeah, for sure, Sonic situation with Bedrock Road too. Well played by Summer. Well played by Summer. The double nade and follow up with the Molotov there. That's a good amount of points secured for them, but still. It
was a salted earth play.
Yeah, you know,
he was going down.
If Sonics had 4 guys on that northern push on that Rish, they could have easily have taken on Danawa and they could have made a whole different game. But Danawa, yeah, for sure, in this case here, they're able to stay up to the case, they're able to come out and stay strong, stay along, like alive with a lot of players there in the end. It's just so important. But yeah, Space Station Gaming try to make a run for it. Sharpshot with a nice few headshots and knocks here. I love to see the bold action in play, and especially Sharpshot's hand there. Good nade from Soul taking out the Kia boys.
We saw some great arm shots, we saw some great plays, but the MVPs of this game, besides Danawa getting the win, was throwables. Like the grenade usage by Danawa to clear space in a very difficult map. Let's call it spade a spade. This may be some of the worst circles we're going to see at PGC in terms of hard choices for the players to make. I mean, those shifts to the south over and over and over again were brutal. Had that storm not shifted away, it could have covered literally every ounce of playable space in that circle.
It could. And also another case, you know, 4th circle, it could have gone even more into land, right? We had a really, really rough kind of edge ending where we have so much water side kind of a play. There was only 2 compounds left to be played, so everyone had to just, you know, emergency pick up and try to kind of get in one of those open spaces. I gotta say though, the area and the terrain in general, it could accommodate quite a lot of players compared to it was only phase 5.
It was, and I mean, we did see some people manage to last to the end. We saw sort of Paige hunker down in SSG and hold some ground. We saw Therathon also have a player sort of work it to the end there. The thing was, that game, it's hard for me to, I don't want to say not take it seriously, but to say like I can judge a team for not doing well in this one, right?
Sure.
Maybe I can give FaZe a hard time. FaZe I can give a hard time to. It says something.
It's just when
Fex is literally sitting in his chair like this as the game is still going on. He knows what's going to happen.
I'm just a passenger, guys. Let's take me for a joyride. Let's see what happens. That's good.
It made the Petrichor fans here in the stadium very, very happy. We'll leave it at that. Let's look at the top 4 teams on what may be the wildest game I've I've seen in a very long time. Donowa comes out in first, 10 kills to speak of in a very difficult match, 14,000 damage. And then we see V7 Funpin coming in second. SSG at 8. I said they need to have a good start today. This is at least going to give them some points. And EXO coming in with 8 kills as well. Now, I had a chance to talk to EXO before the matches today.
Yeah.
And they said they're excited, they're happy to be here, but they said we have to start strong. We need to have a big day one if we're going to kind of move forward on this thing.
Yeah, for sure. The momentum and the confidence you're able to get here, especially when it's a 2-day group stage only, is just super important.
Yeah.
But yeah, interesting. Towards the end, of course, Donowa stay 4 guys strong, not hot dropping, not contesting Petrichor Road as we maybe expected a little bit. But yeah, them to pop in like this and be able to step up to the case here. Very even in terms of the kills, 3-3-2-2, but still good to see them come in and get the points here because they needed this. Like if they were halfway through the day and they had like, you know, single digit points, then there'd be a whole different case for this.
It absolutely is, and it's good to see them playing well. Like you said, they're uncontested. They did their thing. They've changed their caller. They really sort of
changed from
like
Soul to Onyx. Onyx, of course, huge personality, huge experience, of course. So it's good to see him come. Also being able to frag out and kind of put him into these positions here. Of course, it's going to be the man of the match on Onyx too. So yeah, it's huge for him.
Yeah.
Stepping up to this situation here where you're both an IGL, you're a leader, you're kind of the moral booster, but you're also able to frag out. Of course, the type of IGL that, you know, either you're the IGL that kind of supports your team, or you're the IGL that puts yourself into these positions and enables you to frag out, like we've known POS, for example.
True. It is great to see Onyx there. Salute, I think, playing a little more comfortable with his position.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at the match leaderboard right now. Donowa comes away with 20 total points off the back of that one. V7 Funbin is going to be very happy to pick up 14. Space Age Gaming EXO, we also mentioned them. And we see a bit of a change up as Donowa climbs. We saw Tiamba go out a little bit early. That doesn't hurt them. They've still got 50 points as we look at the overall leaderboard. Sonic's at 29, Daytrade 25, and Donowa going from the dead, pretty much the bottom, they were struggling, to 4th place off the back of that game. It tells you it's only 3 in.
Yeah, it's, again, when you have the sponges at the top here, especially as you see currently our top 4, top 5, it's so even. Like you can be Cerberus right now. You can be like, oh guys, we got single-digit points. We got 7, right? One good game, you're straight into the top 6. So it's still very open. Again, no changes from. You could be 1st, you can be 8th. There's no changes. Maybe you sit like closer to the crowd or further away from the crowd. That's the only kind of change we're gonna see. But yeah, beautiful scene here, beautiful stage, and yeah, let's see.
And speaking of the crowd, here we are in Thailand, and 2 of the teams, the Thai teams here in the group, are in the top 5. I mean, if you're coming out here, and these guys, we came in at 10:45 for a little ceremony here at the stadium. There were people already sitting in line to get their seats because they wanted to see these 2 teams play. They got in, and they are being rewarded for that tenacity because their teams have stepped up. And I can tell you, we had the big reveal. We had some press come in to look at the, meet the players before the event today. The crowds around those 2 teams in particular showed just how supported they are by their countrymen here.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Petrichor, a lot of fans in the crowd too. And to talk in kind of a little bit of a cutoff, if we look at last year, around the 75 to 85 point mark is where we're looking off for the top 8 cutoff. A little bit interesting. Last year we had a bit of a difference from the 2 groups, but yeah, 75 to 85 points. If you're an 85 plus, I feel like you're comfortable. So Tiamba, you're already 67% way through to that, so that's beautiful. Yeah, good to see from them, of course. But yeah, T5 here and Space Station Gaming on screen. Good to see Space Station Gaming here in Weekend. They made the most of it. They lost the guy early, unfortunately, but got a good amount of points where in a situation where you have Donowa that's third-partying you and another team that's already fighting in terms of B7, it's just a rough situation for them.
And we're going to pivot in just a second as we get ready to head over to Tego. Vikendi is done. We'll see it again tomorrow. It's a one-time-a-day sort of deal, but it is another new map, another challenge for these teams. In fact, let's head it over to our casters to get kicked off. It's time for Tego, baby. Let's get it done.
Oh man, I love whenever we make our way through this midsection of it. I'm used to getting my dessert after the meal, man, but it's with pathing into this one, emergency pickups could be a thing that a lot of teams can try to use to circumvent that the canal channel, whatever you want to call it. It's going to be right along the main island itself leading into this one, so should make it a bit easier for these teams to try to navigate. And yes, it is going to be heavily rewarded for V7 and Danawa both.
Absolutely.
Oh. And Tiamba.
Yeah.
They are inside the circle as well.
I don't know if they care as much. I mean, like, they like to play edge, so I'm curious to see what they're going to do.
How do you kill people from that spot? I don't understand. It's too safe.
Yeah, that's too easy. Like, they've been so good on the edges. And, all right, well, the truck there, the Porter, that's a great vehicle to get some stuff, but the turning radius on the Porter, not so good. Anybody who's driven it knows.
I think that we broke the audience. This is the quietest that we've seen them this whole time.
They were fired up, man.
Yeah, I mean, the games have been providing it, so no surprise right now, but everybody just kind of like bated breath, watching everything kind of get set up and moved in. So once we finish these leading phases, it's going to pop off because you know bridge camps are going to be a thing.
No doubt about it.
F that window. F that window.
I love that. He found another pan. Might as well just eat the other one. You don't need it.
Okay, that just made my day.
That's so good. It's just out of the frying pan into another one. Yep. There you go.
Get enough of them. I mean, that's just the game, right? What else are you going to do with it? And you know, like, at some point, one of his teammates can be like, hey, you know, I haven't found a pan yet. Anybody found one? And you'll be like, nope. Nope,
yeah, no, I never saw one. No, totally. Just
I've never done that to Poro before. What?
Nope. I mean, well, I troll Poro on purpose, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, no, I never have done that.
In fairness, he does it to us, too.
Yes.
So now looking out, most of our teams looking like they're in no rush. I wouldn't be surprised if our later teams, keep in mind as we're watching this, teams that are making earlier rotations are probably the ones that didn't get the emergency pickups. The teams that look like they're just committed into trying to pick up everything they can find probably did. So as you're eyeing everything on the map, it looks like we should also be keeping an eye on what's going on with Brex, as he's got a lot of friends.
This is the most Ascend thing ever. Just a player on their own. Now, Chris is kind of coming to help, but Ascend is a very self-sufficient team. That's part of their modus operandi is they're kind of allowed to make calls for themselves and, you know, ask for help, and it may or may not come, but Chris is going to be slowly working his up way here. I think trying to cut his engine soon enough that DK does not hear it's Chris coming, and he is going to get in here, and I think they're going to try to set up some kind of like double trap, trying to cut off some of the angles here of DK. I'm really curious to see where it's Chris wants to set up shop.
So, yep, and now we're getting more of just an entrenchment coming in. All the members first, and now moving in, waiting to see how. It looks like all the information is getting fed. Look at this line that's being set. Chris on one side of it in case a rotation comes up from there. Now starting to hop into the vehicle. Can the rest of the members get there in time? It's just going to be narrowly missed, as not going to have the cleanest sight lines to work with, and really just going to have to let that one go. What I would say about 5 seconds would have made a massive difference there.
I would have loved to have seen that from DK's perspective, because I suspect something alerted them that there was a trap there. Like some piece of, you know, utility on the ground, or I mean ammo on the ground that was picked up, that there was an empty gun or something that they didn't expect, that should have been picked up. So, all right, we got another interview. Curious to see what this one's about.
Looks like I'm going to take a wild stab and say it's going to be Petrichor Road, maybe getting everything set up. Oh, no, probably Danawa, given the fact that they just had such a great performance inside that last game. So let's go ahead and listen in on what they've got going on, as it does look like we're going to get Danawa.
세계대회인 만큼 되게 기대되고 설레고, 일단 이번 대회에서 얻을 수 있는 상금이 크다 보니까 아주 열심히 임할 각오가 되어 있습니다. 제가 차를 좀 사고 싶은데 제가 아직 면허가 없거든요. 바로 면허를 따지 않을까, 진짜 1등을 하면. 일단 1위는 물론 저고요. 2위는 SQ, 3위는 딱히 생각이 나진 않은데 그래도 한국팀 젠지한테 한 표 던지겠습니다. 불만을 가진 선수들은 못 봤는데 일단 제가 불만이고요. 제가 이제 대회를 2번 못 나왔다고 제가 굉장히 낮았거든요. 근데 이번 대회로 제가 1등을 해보고 싶은 마음이 있습니다. 조금 배알못? 뭔가 상품을 타고 싶은 분들인데 어떻게 저희를 안 뽑을 수 있는지 조금 의아하긴 합니다. 제가 진짜 간만에 세계대회를 나왔는데 좋은 모습 보여드리고 한국 꼭 돌아가도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다. 응원 감사합니다.
All right, respect to Loki because he actually admits that he cares about his price in fantasy. All the other players try to say that they don't. Now, though, Petrichor Road might have to be a bit worried about their prices as it's getting a bit scary inside this firefight. Summer, last one up.
Absolutely. I'd really love to delve deep into Loki because I think he's a player who has a chance to do something really interesting at this event. A lot of interesting things. First of all, be a first repeat PGC winner. Nobody else has done it. And he could be the first because he was on Gen G in 2019. You know, he is a player to me that I really think, like, let's say Donowa wins this thing. Let's say, and he's been basically kind of the #2 player. But hold on, I'm going to hold that thought. I think there's another highlight coming, and then we'll get back to it.
打了呀！好凶！我硬顶上去，再打一个。这个拉枪，要不是他在现场，我直接点一手举报他刚刚这个操作。
Anyway, Petrichor Road showing some highlights. They're very, very good. Individually talented team. Aches left really, really good. But I really want to talk about Loki because, all right, Matt, I'm going to go on a bit of a tear here, so forgive me.
I give you until somebody starts shooting.
All right.
You're allowed.
What the? Well, that's not going to take long, probably. This is PUBG, bro. No, I think, like, you could say that Loki potentially here, like, let's say Donowa wins this thing, could be, like, maybe the GOAT. Because he's won 2 titles. Nobody else is going to have that.
Oh, boy, you opening up that can of worms conversation.
And he's always been the second best player on those teams. Like, he'll probably be considered the second best to Seoul in this. He was definitely considered the second best to PO 2019. So he's like the Scottie Pippen of PUBG esports, potentially. We'll see. That's what he could be. He could be like, you know, the Scottie Pippen and the Michael Jordans. You know, this great all-star, so smart, so heady player who still gets it done, who can still put up points, who can still put up kills, but is just really just brilliant at the game. I mean, I think back at PNC and he did some stuff that I just thought was brilliant. He took a glider to use it to get to his drop spot because there were no cars. So he just got in a glider and used it basically as a pseudo car, just drove it down the road essentially. He loves the Panzers and the mortars. He's brilliant with those. He's always making sure that he's got those and he's using them to full effect. He's always been a player who's so tricky. He's so smart. He's so able to find these kills in these moments that you don't expect as opponents. So I'm a big Loki fan is what I'm saying, and I think if Donowa wins this, there could be an argument to be made that Loki would be the GOAT.
I mean, there is a lot that could be stacked up into there. I feel like there's a lot riding on, like, this PGC is going to set up a lot of history. We started off the show looking at, like, the impacts of Uba and his career and how it's moved through.
Right.
Looking at Loki, I mean, the history of what we can see going on with Tickleton is now presently Sonics in second place. There's a lot of stakes, I guess, in the history of PUBG esports that are riding on this that can really cement your position or just be that moment of getting oh so close and now you've got to wait for next year again.
Precisely, Matt. I'm really liking the way you're talking about this because you're really putting down what I've been thinking about. And I mean, Mika's going to take some damage there. This is a little precarious.
Oh, yeah. Soul's going to run over there. Not going to step over too much more. And, hey, look, Tyloo's going to come in and provide some support onto it. Nade's going to roll down. And, hey, nice reposition to get away from it. Circle's going to pop. And no surprise. It's just mostly Godok.
Well, I think Mika's pretty much in trouble. Tycon going to watch the rest of Ascend drive by. Now, the real question here for Ascend is, what's the plan here? It's Chris is just kind of posting up towards the edge of the circle. Looks like he's going to try to kind of wrap around the edges of Cerberus's lines. Brex is trying to get his way back to Mika, but Hemas not going to allow it. Going to use the Grows on a drive-by to flush that point. And Ascend here trying to scramble, trying to recover, trying to figure something out. And it looks like this... I think they should just peel off, to be honest.
This is right on the edge of the zone. You have to assume some people are going to be rotating over here. You're so close to that other bridge. Just kind of let this one go. Just try to regroup, maybe try to shift more into the north because also we have to keep an eye on Godok because that's about to get a lot more heavy as, yes, phased advantage used emergency pickup. They're going to land right in the center of it and say, hey, center circle, center of town, best life choices I could possibly make right now.
And V7 has a huge 2-2 split, so it's just Heaven and Gumin here in Godok. The other two way out on the southeast road, so not a lot of pressure actually from them, but T5 is the other thing. T5, all 4 members in this northwestern quadrant of Godok, and they are going to be potentially a bigger threat. But I say that, but T5 is a a pretty passive team generally in the early parts of the game. They look for position. They look for emergency pickups. They're the team that is trying to outlast you.
Nobody can shoot you out of a car if you take the emergency pickup. See, FaZe figured out what was wrong. You just got to avoid the cars entirely, jump exactly where you need to go. Life's going to be good. Talking about it, we're not seeing a big compress in. Specifically, looking at those first 3 games, it was just pretty much K-go, right? Right as soon as everybody was landing, we were already in the thick of firefights. This circle is actually providing a lot more safety for our teams to play. Specifically, if we look down to the south, where we do see Tyloo playing, there's a hill line that they're being able to play from. With Godok also being kind of the center of this, with those 4 roads, it just kind of creates its own 4 different quadrants that we're going to be looking at different teams trying to control sections of.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of interesting. You know, Godok is sort of the 4 corners, the middle of those 4 corners that you're talking about. So really interesting to see where the circle wants to take us around that, because everybody has a lot of space to work with. You know, the northern part, some people tell me that this part of the map, parts of it kind of play like Sandhawk. So it's a little bit more like lending itself to up close and personal fights. There's a lot of foliage up here. There's a lot of hills, bigger hills in some areas. Now this part of the map, that is not the case, but you know, other parts of it, more towards the north, in between like Wolsong and the Army base and that kind of thing, is in that feature. So I'm really, really kind of curious to see how this one works out. If it goes like right towards Godok, there's like a lot of fields around it, so it's really wild.
That's actually what I was going to say, is if we look where the Falcons are at right now, there's a very heavy northern shift in the hillsides that we can be looking at. With Army base in that area, yeah, the road's going to pass through there. But then whenever we look back down to the southwest, the opposing side of those hills, we still have the fields that are going to be in play over there. It's a lot more open flatlands, minimal cover to try to work around. D plus Kia right now, they're kind of navigating a bit more on that western area. They do have Ace that's going to be around them, but nothing too scary right now. It doesn't look like Aces want to get too much more involved. They don't just, well, I say that. If that opportunity presents itself naturally, you're going to take it.
I mean, it's just so interesting the way that Ascend plays. Like, Rex goes out here on his own, just absolutely ruining DK's round. He's got another one, Americano down as well. The rest of Ascend is nowhere near this, and they're not even trying to get into vehicles really to come. They're just trusting Brex.
That's just patience and traps right there on both accounts. So well played, Ace. You're going to go ahead and pick that one up. Circle did shift, and we are looking at an urban ending. Let's be honest, this is going to keep Godok in it in some fashion. Now, the southeast is a bit more open in it, and that means the fact that everybody is hopping inside of vehicles, shifting in, trying to get some more control, but also a lot of commitments coming out from vehicles just to try to get into Godok itself.
Well, this is kind of interesting. I can't say I've really seen too many circles end inside of Godok in my own games. I've played quite a bit of Tego, but it doesn't come down to it very much. DK taking a whole bunch of damage from Cerberus, and Salalzi with that last bullet finds the headshot.
And it's just going to continue, man. There is nowhere to stop that is going to be safe. Like, you know, look, Nade's going to be prepped up. Just, dude, where do you even go? You go past them. Now you've got Tyloo. Now you've got Tiamba. That's just going to be all she wrote. I mean, off the start, what happened with Ace, it was just going to be a domino effect until they got in that position. Now, Ace, what are they going to be doing? Looks like they're going to be coming in from the west. And I do want to point out, Tiamba has not gone into Godok itself. They're playing just down to the south and kind of refereeing everything that's going on in rotations around their area. They own a huge chunk of the circle.
They do. And it seems like that's kind of, you know, Tiamba here, as we've been talking about, they typically were more of an edge team, at least in the PCL, and they have been in the Erangel games. But here today, with the way this circle started, where they were already in it in the beginning, one of the few teams, like 4 or 5 teams that were on the Northern Island, they got priority on some stuff, and they were able to really take good advantage of it. I mean, I really like this spot here for Tiamba. If this circle starts shifting away from Godok, they've got a really powerful position to keep everybody stuck inside that city, because there's nothing but fields between them and the city. Now, the reverse is true, of course. If the circle goes into Godok, they're in a world of trouble. I'm sure they have some vehicles, but as we saw, even getting vehicles into this city is tricky.
I will say that we did pop in on Tyloo there for just 1 second. 14th place, and yes, we did talk about the compacted leaderboard, the nature of the beast, just getting a couple of kills and how big that is. I would almost think that Tyloo is one of those teams that would thrive in the chaos of these first couple of games. Yeah. But it's just, it feels like they're one of the first teams that's getting caught in these firefights, and they just haven't been able to get their feet underneath of them to really kick off this event yet.
I fully agree with you. I think Tyloo's a team that should be good at scrapping, and they were pretty decent at it in PCL. But I think the interesting thing that surprised me about them was they were really risk-adverse in the early parts of the game in the PCL. So like on paper, those players, I think they can ball. Like they can absolutely go toe to toe with anybody. But they were rather risk averse, and I think to their detriment here in this lobby, this is half Goduk, half the other eastern half, and there's a knock from Fade onto Loki. Donovan in trouble.
Yeah, and this is just going to be right on the edge of the zone. Sonics do hear this, but they don't want to get involved. They're just going to try to extricate themselves. They're going to go down south, wrap around what looks to be V7. Now more and more nades come in. Uba does manage to get some vision in, but it's going to be a quick pickup and retreat. But I mean, what do? Art's already going to be up looking down into this one, and it's just going to be a continual cascade as Dano. I don't even know what you do.
Soul's got to leave. Yeah. There's no hope now. This is, I don't think Donovan was expecting somebody to be here because Soul's really far away, and he was on the other end of this hill. He was looking in different directions. It felt more like to me that Soul was, and I could be wrong, but that Soul was the point of a fight, of a reconnaissance mission to maneuver themselves towards the north side of the circle, and they got caught kind of flat-footed there.
Oh no, Ace, this is exactly what you just forced who you were fighting to do. They're having to roll right through this one, but they're navigating. Look at this. Everybody's playing out on the edges right now, expecting somebody to shift in. This is beautifully read. I love this rotation and how they just snuck that one through, playing the walls. So good.
This is the only team that can do this kind of stuff, is Ascend. I mean, they're such a interesting team to watch, and I mean this with a lot of love because they don't play PUBG like anybody else. And I've said this a lot of times this year, that I've been very fond of their play style. And moments like that, Matt, it just endears me to them. It's just stuff that should not work that does because they find great timings, they do great reconnaissance, they're so trusting in each other, and they're so individually talented that it's just incredible.
I love
this. I jinxed them.
Well, I mean...
Still, they got there. That was impressive in and of itself.
That's one of the things I love about PUBG is that, yes, there is a meta, there is all this other stuff, but if your play style fits you better than the meta does, you can still use that to try to get some successes.
They do die.
They did get in position.
The fact that they even
they did drive by, like, I don't know, 30 people.
Ну что, мальчики и девочки, не ждали? А мы приперли. Здравствуйте, дорогие господа и дамы. Смотрим PGC, первый день, групповой этап, группа А. День первый, опять же, группового этапа, группа А. И для групп, каждая из групп будет по 2 игровых дня, собственно. С расписанием мы с вами еще успеем познакомиться. Здравствуйте все, родные мои, здравствуйте. Рад вас всех видеть, слышать. Наблюдал за вами, пока работал на другом турнире. Сейчас вы в курсе, да, кто в курсе, тот в курсе. На другом турнире работали, как раз дядя Миша чуть попозже подтянется. И наблюдал я за вами, тут всякие новости вам кидал в чатик. Здравствуйте! Я даже вот так сейчас сделаю, подождите. Диану. Ща. Во. Та-да! Всем привет! Дядь Миша будет попозже. А он живой. Я живой, ребятушки, да. Смотрите, первое. Не переживайте, что Тянба вдруг на первом месте, Соники на втором. Донава не играла первые 3 карты, 2, точнее, 3-ю она выиграла, понятное дело. Здравствуйте всех, рад видеть всех, мои хорошие. Идите, вас пообнимаю. Вот, и ситуация какая? Здесь врываются, это групповой этап. Здесь вообще все равно, не смотрите на групповой этап. Запомните, групповой этап это разминка, прям вот скримы, скримее скримов. Прям вот иногда хуже скримов. Глаз выкололи. Минус Шримзи, Акита его добирает. Хейвен тем временем пожил Янгу, Джо Янга тут же скушал. Игрок команды V7, это же Вероника 7, и у них какое-то еще другое название на этот турнир. В общагах гудка... О, гудок. А где у нас тут тайские гудки? Игроки команды Daytrade отлично высадил. С 3-й попытки Гуймин. Ну и добирать хорошо. Хейвен добирает. Отлично здесь фармят на самом деле игроки команды Вероника 7. Под ними есть Тайлу. Получается только 2 группы. Помню, раньше было 4, и они каждые 3 группы было раньше. А, Б, С. А, Б, А, С, Б, С и так далее. Или А, Б, 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 С, А, С. Вот так у нас выглядел расклад. Смотрите, какой интересный ган в руках. С глушителем. Сайга. Слышь, прям звук у него лялечный. Инсайд тем временем падает от Самара. Полетит сейчас по Сексоу клану. Хаешечка. Перо, собственно, тоже не обращайте внимания. Перо и будут всегда находиться в середине или в нижней части таблицы. Кикстарт забирает фейк. Хорошо, кстати, на этой карте. Экзальт 4 поинта. И в целом Экзальт не худшие Эйсент. Да, мы видим с вами опять же. Еще и с X6. Да. Это мы халтурка. Халтурку делает. Ну, наверное, халтурку делал. Жить-то как-то надо, ребятки. Вы же прекрасно понимаете, что денежка сама, я ее не рисую, я ее не печатаю. Либо поддерживаете вы, либо какую-то я работу выполняю по найму. Вот Фальконы, кстати, неплохо начали. Я видел, у них первая карта была то ли в топ-2, то ли топ-3 суммарно по ПТС-кам. В принципе, я разделяю хорошие отношения к этому коллективу. Там, собственно, Зилзен, мой братишка-аргентишка. Чтобы не промазать. 100%. Дядь Коля, а у тебя дропсы включены или придется на офф-трансляции смотреть пару часов катки? Просто параллельно включайте из телефона, если ты с ПК, просто параллельно открывайте трансляцию. Насчет дропсов ничего не знаю, ребят. Занимался другим турниром, Акита погибает. Вообще не в курсе, как сейчас, что там, где, чего и почему и как. Поэтому, если вам нужны дропсы целеустремленно, и вы с компьютера, либо у вас есть второй девайс, на втором девайсе просто открывайте официальную трансляцию, так будет надежнее. Может быть, вдруг потом окажется, что партнерам, оказывается, нужно было, чтобы включили дропсы, или забыли, или не работает. Ну, как всегда, на старте всяких дропсов. А мы не узнаем никакую команду в этом поведении. Пару лет назад на каком-нибудь из PGS-ов. Вам ничто не напоминает вот эта команда? Никого? Можно открыть. Да. В дропе в этот раз нету, только коды на экране. Может быть. Норм Коля пришел из зона на лицо фейзам. Но вы вспомните, какая команда на PGS сделала примерно такое, только на востоке от Пикада в складочке. Опа! Рассекречены! Кстати, Церберы очень плохо отыгрывают. И опять же, я бы на вашем месте сильно не переживал за это. Пытается убежать Солоузи. И он все-таки вернулся на свою позицию. Минус Солоузи, Пучус по нему отработал. Попытка дальше сыграть в еще одного. В ухо работает уже Хайсаки. Отлично. Фамас в руках. Немножечко не хватило. Вот проблема Фамаса. Ну и здесь прилетела с дистанции от Густаво. Густаво! Ну и Хаймас готов врываться сейчас. Густав! Что делает? Ты что Хаймаса моего трогаешь? Зрители! Зрители, это, кстати, не интершум, это реальные зрители. Здесь так все настроено. И комментаторы сидят в непосредственной близости к зрителям. Я кидал уже скрины, как выглядит и где, чего и как сцена. Ну, не полностью все, но основные моменты как раз-таки. Минус Саммер, минус Бельмот, Сеул его добирает. Нурин остался последний, он живет. А вот Тайкон, кто ставил на Тайкона, кстати, имеет шансы подформить. Я про Лигу Фантазии, извините. Дезинформировал дропси, но в трансе 10к ЕП за 2 часа просмотра. Фэт Ментал. Классический Фэт Ментал. Печатай, Одескин. Что вроде бы Фридрих Лауреат предложил идею деньги как сервис. То есть каждый может печатать деньги по ценности валюты. Это, во-первых, не он предложил, это было на самом деле еще очень давным-давно. Каждая вдруг появляющаяся республика лет так 150, 300, 200 назад печатала свои бабосы и пыталась их втулить. Это он не предложил, он позаимствовал чужую идею. Это не его идея, это не оригинальная хрень. Ну, история, вот кто любит изучать историю, просто вот историю, не в контексте какой-то очередной ситуации, а просто вот историю. Ой-ой-ой, Иван! Пиксель переигрывает и Ивана, шарпшот достается Ивану, как раз-таки через... через купол. Ну и здесь все без шансов, да? Артикса он доедает. Рот достается Ивану. В ухо Тиглтон хорошо прикрывает. Здесь Молодок. Молодок остался последний. Тиглтон заряжает хаешку. Будет выкидывать или нет. Там Тенба также смотрит плюс-минус в этом направлении. Сеул взрывается от потампона. И Тиглтона тут здесь посмотрели. Зи как раз-таки в личку ему насмотрел. Не республика, не политическая орга, а, например, предприятие. Это, опять же, я же тебе говорю, это идея не нова. Просто то, что он ее публично озвучил, и как бы это поимело какую-то популярность и огласку в современном мире информационном, окей. Но в любом случае тебе государство не отдаст монополию. Ты чё? Кто? Какое государство отдаст монополию на бабки? Так, смотрим дальше происходящее. Ребятушки, зона уходит на Тератон 5. Проходит молодой человек, пикнул на минус 11 хитпоинтов. Тайкон. Хорош. Нуринс прекрасно понимал, что его здесь ждут. Фейзы также и у них выход. Им нужно переместиться в зону. Зона ушла в сторону. И чё, Тайкон? Давай, Тайкончик! Ну и посмотри, Нуринс пытается до талого его здесь высиживать. Туда мотнул, сюда мотнул. Прекрасно понимаю, что отсутствует информация по сопернику. Есть прошлая инфа, что оттуда отрабатывали игры команды Фейсплан. Не рискнул. Так. Так. И чё? Пытается вторично врываться в эту же позицию, где находится игрок команды. Ну, на самом деле зрители ляж уворачиваются, а чувихи аж сами уворачиваются. Когда он стреляет, она ж такая, оп, оп, здесь Муха уже отрабатывает. Эратон 5, очень сложная ситуация. Канистрочка, здравствуйте. Немножечко горит огня. Еще потампонг. Хорош. Летят хаешки, сейчас полетят от Джимза. Очень плотно сейчас полетит. Тайкон должен выживать. Слушай, со всех сторон. Но, опять же, не в зоне он находится. Прям на самом краешке, но не в зоне. 15 в защите, да. Дал огня на танцполе. Фалконы заканчиваются. Эми как раз таки был застрелен Шеном. Тайкон все еще на краю. Будет пытаться как-то прорываться. Судя по всему, у него нету ни смоков, никаких других ресурсов для того, чтобы... Ага, стоп. Все нормально, отмена. LZQQ тем временем Хейвена добирает. Посмотрите, как висит Берил, интересно. Эта пушка зависла. Там по тератонам прилетал нок. По фейзам тоже залетел нок. Шен достается пау-пау. Смачок открывается. Фекс прокидывает смачки в сторону своего прохода в направлении игроков команды Тератон 5. Минус Густав. LZQQ для Линшуна достается. Тенба просто unstoppable. 6 киллов, 59 поинтов. Тератоны четвертые. Вы посмотрите, что происходит. В группах играют те и настреливают те, которых вообще никто не предиктил. Ну, на Тенбу там кое-кто ставил. Опа! Тайкон! Стоит тут тайком. Полетели тут флешки, смоки в его направлении. Под флешечку! Под тиммейта! Ой, фигзила. Все-таки перестреливает. 5 хитпоинтов у него остается. Пошли тератоны. Молодость все еще жив. Тенба вообще со стороны общак. Они как раз таки пошли в сторону молодости. Молодость пытается отстреляться по молодости. Хорош! Минус 2 выдает! Что он делает? 2, правда, против него на камне играет. Очень много урона. Залетела флешка, пошла. И это минус молоток. Ну, 2 таких нока сумасшедших. Конечно, на ход ноги. И отстрел четенький. Правда, по дистанции он сделал. Если бы по ближним, было бы интересней. Разрез успеют провести игроки команды Тенба. Никто к ним не подойдет. Смоки открыты. Будка есть. И все, это правда под зону, но они на краю зоны находятся. Какой пульс большой. Розитет! А чё там по Джимзу? А чё там по Джимплу? Остается Курекс и Фекс вдвоем. Сложный проход. Фекс разглядел. Танадола отправил нокаут. Потом Понг, Хацава там не могут выйти. Все это дело тут смоки раскидываются. Ну, короче, тератоны немножечко теряют свою позицию. Розитет имеет угла. Отлично, не увидел. Хорошо, потом Понг здесь также подключился. Минус голова и 2 уха. Розитет упал! И все. Как близко было. Качнул Фекса. Ну все, 4-3. Ситуация, бегут Тенба, и это 35-тысячный топ для Тенбы в групповом этапе. Воу, Тенба с первого места выходит из группы. Кому не похрен? Это группа всего лишь на все. Здесь вообще нету никакого показателя конкретного. Флешка. Ответная флешка. Своя же. А было бы куда эффективнее другие флешечки кидать. Минус пау-пау. 3-3. Минус потампонг. 3-2. Здесь уже 3-3. Ну, 3-2. Стопроцентные. Готов заходить. Оу! Под выброс флешки прям голову Танадолу поставил. Но Танадол слишком перебыковал в соло. Зря он здесь такое провернул. И будет оставаться в зоне. Но это же групповой этап. Камон! Засейвил 1 поинт. Ну, тайские коллективы играют хорошо. Хорошо. Потампонг. Не надо вот это вот. Срочно всех в бассейн. Да нет, Тянба это в групповом этапе, все нормально. Говоря про Пау-Пау, где Сенька Пау-Пау? Он играет где-то, что-то не слышал давно про него. В этом году он играл, отбирался и даже на неплохих этапах играл, но, к сожалению, не получилось. А режиссер опять радует, конечно. Слушай, ну, более или менее. Вот пока что я не сильно это... В мозг не это, пальцем не тыкает. Так, дядь Миша пришел. Дядь Миш, прости, я только дуплился. Ты давно? А, ну тут просто еще и только карта закончилась, я что-то это замутанный сижу. А это группа, Миш, забей. Вообще похую. Тянба, вот это вот. Эти внизу всякие церберы, внизу таблицы. Это группа. Здесь вообще похлебать. Так, посмотри, что... Нет, так это не они творят. Это посмотри, что остальные делают. В первой карте... Смотри. Сейчас, 2 секунды, подожди. В первой карте я просто смотрел. У вас была аналитика, я концовую смотрел. В первой карте Тянбу должны были разъебать дейтрейды. Они просто их они дропнули их. Они их оставили одного или двоих в живых на склоне Рангеля, там, от школы, над промежуточным кемпом. И они их потом дропнули, и те разрезались, и пошли всех чпокнули. Ну, тут... Да, я понимаю, почему Мишу не слышим. Я просто Дискорд вырубал, потому что было слышно моего сокастера. Пацаны такие, что Коля там типа ёбнулся или что?
На казахском чисто фильм смотреть начал.
Ну, в хорошем смысле, это понятное дело. Гибридный финал. Все, тогда рекламно-музыкальное. Мы с Мишей скоро вернемся. Ты собаку
Да,
кормить?
я пойду собаку покормлю, то он уже пришел, блядь, орет тут на меня. Все.
Да, я тоже скоро вернусь, ребятки. Пока рекламно-музыкальная пауза. Сорямба.
Every superpower that is yours will be mine. I'll be that it girl, pouting mouth, crossing the line. You seem like you're the ruler of TikTok when you rock. How can you seem like you're a Wimbledon winner? I do the same, I'm a sinner. I wanna sing the melodies, wear my heart on my sleeve, dress in rainbow colors. Why can't I make a bold statement on my mistakes and not break? Be that it girl, that lit girl, crossing the line. You seem like you're the ruler of TikTok when you rock. How can you seem like you're a Wimbledon winner? I do the same, I'm a sinner. 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 I wanna live your life. You seem like you're the ruler of TikTok when you rock. How can you seem like you're a Wimbledon winner? I do the same, I'm a sinner. I
тигры у ног моих сели. Знаете, что я вам скажу, дорогие друзья? По поводу AR всегда круто. AR прям просто балдюж. AR это вот стартовая, когда самолет улетает вверх. Классно по продакшену, что сделали кругляшки, но они маленькие. На мобилке их плохо видно. Сделали бы эти кругляшки побольше, было бы интереснее. Наконец-то есть карта со стартовыми спотами команд. И это тоже не может не радовать ни в коем случае. Но мы к этому шли сколько вашу лет. Да? Здравствуйте, ребяточки. Нет, кто будет комментировать? А odesskin, что ли? Он тупень в этом деле. Сам сидит, стримит и комментит дичь. Думает, он комментатор. Ахахахаха. Вот этот вот человек с пробитой головой написал 30 сообщений. Держу в курсе. И, как говорится, первое сообщение. Подарите G-коинов, пожалуйста. Там же бот стрелял. Вот, собственно, все, что нужно знать про это. Вот сидит не первый день, не первый раз. Сначала клянчит G-коины, а потом просто льет гадости. На каком основании? Почему? Что ему было сделано? Вот сейчас он имеет полное право что-то высрать. Потому что он пермачом забанен. Но только высирать он уже будет где-то в другом месте. Короче, не тратим время на дрявоголовых. Продолжаем наблюдать. Надо звук себе сделать, блин. Надо звук себе сделать. Все. Надо настроить все это дело.
Discussion during the PAS that the Falcons are a little bit passive and to their benefit this time. And so, reading the lobby well are the Falcons. I'll say that. They seem to have found a decent groove. I think a lot of teams that we haven't talked about a ton are actually having pretty good performances. I mean, FaZe, even though they've gotten some unfortunate early game situations.
Да забейте на это. Да я забил вообще, только не обзывайтесь. Забань не забудь. Вы слышали только что я сказал? Я вообще не понимаю, о ком и о чем вы говорите. Чуть громче сделать что, Астероид? А коды были или будут? Коды только будут, ребятушки. И коды будут. Буквально готовьте ваши компьютеры, открывайте клиенты, либо открывайте сайт с вашим логином. Доброго вечера. Просто обидно. Человек уже 6 лет поставил себя это и посвятил себя этой игре, киберспорту игры и сообществу этой игры. А тут приходит какой-то и стрет в чат. А комментатор тоже человек, между прочим. Представь, как неприятно слышать даже в таких, вот таких неадекватах. Да нет, это давно уже не цепляет. Это знаешь, как вот... как ученый, когда сталкивается с какой-то неведомой ебаной хуйней, это просто так можно обрисовать вот такие моменты. Ученый начинает это изучать, ему просто интересно. Он не ищет какой-то цели, там оно ему не холодно, не жарко, ему просто интересно. Вот такой исследовательский порыв. И вот мне периодически мое любопытство врожденное, я очень любопытный человек на самом деле. Я очень долгие годы над собой работал, чтобы... Это у нас повторы. Долгие годы над собой работал, чтобы свое любопытство контролировать, приглушить там и так далее, какие-то особенности своего характера минимизировать и так далее, что мне не нравится. Я прекрасно... Я лучший самокритик сам себя, как бы, и знаю, что нужно во мне изменять. Вот, и получается... Мне интересно, вот любопытство мое говорит, что движет такими людьми, что именно, почему, вот, как это, вот эти вот там вот. Ой, что мы комментировали, какую игру? Сегодня мы комментировали PUBG Mobile с дядей Мишей, Кубок Республики Казахстана. Мы просто комментируем этот кубок уже на протяжении как минимум 3 лет. На постоянной основе нас приглашают каждый сезон, 4 сезона, 4 летние, зимние, весенние, осенние кубки, и все мы их комментируем с дядей Мишей. Ну, дядя Миша анализирует, я комментирую. Это уже как бы для нас, в принципе, традиция, дружба с ребятами, да, с Федерацией киберспорта Казахстана. Это как бы, ну, вы сами прекрасно понимаете, не раз я об этом говорил. То есть по мобайлу у меня как бы отношение именно к его просмотру, оно такое, ну, посредственное, потому что есть то, над чем бы не мешало поработать, да, разработчикам сделать ее более смотрибельно приятной, эту игру. Но в любом случае это PUBG, это знакомые карты, знакомые уже игроки и команды. Вот сегодня я комментировал турнир, со мной в паре был молодой человек, игры которого я начал комментировать своим первым турниром по PUBG Mobile, когда я комментировал в 2018 году. Летом мы с Бульбой комментировали РТК Oppo Find X, или чем мы тогда еще там спонсор был, РТК, короче. Вот, и сегодня я комментировал с тем парнем, который тогда был игроком. 4 года он посвятил своей жизни, карьере мобильному PUBG. И вот, отыграв, он сейчас вот комментировал со мной. Было прикольно, приятно, интересно, что 4 года там, или сколько уже прошло лет? 5-й год. Помнят. Он мне скинул клипчик с того турнира. Говорит, это точно вы? Так, привет. Тут что игра в поддавки, все показывают настолько плохо могут играть. К сожалению, я вам потом расскажу, что я думаю, когда мы будем смотреть гранд-финал. Но у меня есть устойчивое мнение, сформированное за последние 2 года, что происходит с нашей игрой. И это мнение я выражал с первых дней 2022 года, сезона 2022 года. По одной простой причине, которую я опять же озвучу уже во время гранд-финала, если примерно то же самое будет видно. Ой, бой получается. Когда с прилом, стрим, сейлом и доп комментах? Пока не знаю. Нет такого в целях. Это все сложно. Это нужно уговаривать пацанов. Там они хотят, не хотят, могут, не могут. Ну, такая себе история. Я как бы, ну, не в том возрасте, не в том положении, чтобы в уговоры вступать, как бы, и бегать за кем-то. Как бы мое предложение, скажем так, моя студия условная, наша аналитичная, она всегда открыта для всех. Мы здесь все желанные гости. Собственно, каждый может прийти и там сказать, типа, я бы хотел бы там, что думаешь? Не против ли? Я всегда скажу, что я не против. Но опять же, если у меня к этому человеку нормальное отношение. К большинству из киберкотлет, из PUBG, из комьюнити у меня отличное отношение. В PUBG Mobile есть русскоязычная официальная трансляция? Не совсем. Да, она есть. PUBG СНГ, PUBG Mobile СНГ есть канал на YouTube. И там русские официальные трансляции обычно крупных турниров. А мы именно с Мишей комментируем. Ну, он анализирует, я комментирую именно Кубок Республики Казахстан. Именно. Там гибридный был в этом году финал, в этом сезоне был финал. Мой напарник комментировал на казахском, я на русском. Было непривычно, было необычно, но мы справились, получилось, в принципе, достаточно неплохо с первого раза. А так можно Калтер. Ну, такое не приветствуется. Это выглядит очень некрасиво. А видели, маски показали, да не уговаривать, а предложить. Не-не-не, я тебе только что объяснил, что это выглядит как уговоры, потому что постоянно бегаешь, кто-то не хочет быть в один момент, сидеть с тем, с этим, это мне не интересно. Когда код на коины будет и где его ловить на мониторе, какая часть экрана? Я вам скину, есть на самой трансляции, я не знаю, какая часть экрана, я не смотрел. Я свои буду кидать скоро. Сломано не будет стримить. Ну, видюха. Сейчас с процессорами можно стримить, в принципе. Это вообще не проблема. Зачем тянуть до гранд-финала, если можешь поделиться сейчас? Я про то, что происходит с игрой. Не, Николай, тёса, смотри, какой прикол. Именно есть твердая мысль, которая выработана за год, но эту мысль хочется подтвердить еще финальным турниром года, когда все регионы в одном котле. А сколько коинов будет разыграно? По 100. Мне не дают больше коды. По 100 коинов на кодик, поэтому, sorry, guys, больше мне не дают разыгрывать. Их больше, может быть, даже и существует, но не про нашу честь, как говорится. Ну, как говорится, что есть. Как окно не дует, сижу возле окна в 35 сантиметров от него. Сегодня, как говорится, все мои перепроверили, ничего не дует, на улице очень сильный ветер. Сейчас очень сильный ветер на улице. Вообще, вот прям, это еще без откоса. И это без откосов и без поколодника. Ну, короче, здесь еще не доделано по мелочи, но это будет доделываться. Имха лучше всех комментит Коля. Если рофлы ловить, то Диму смотреть. Не буду ни с кем соревноваться никогда. Я просто делаю то, что мне нравится. Если кто-то находится из вас, кто разделяет это же, я рад вам только лишь всегда. Вы знаете это дело. Так, по тампонку у нас тем временем от Ивана отправляется в ног. Артик против Фикса. Тут, короче, сразу по нескольким направлениям работают игроки команды Exalt. И что-то уже лучше вырисовывается. Не рассредоточены парни, не нокаются по одному. И есть возможность работать друг с другом. Сеул падает от Американо, Джангу нокает, то есть доедает Сеула тут же. Вот, и поэтому, как бы у Exalt все выглядит чуть получше. Прошлую они уже показали, что могут. Щиты за детство. Да, щиты за окном. Не, а с окном это очень важный был на самом деле момент в этом году, потому что уже 2 года я с ним хотел разобраться. У меня уже пинков давали столько. Минус по тампон тем временем. Посмотрите, где находится у нас команды Face Clan. Разрезали они своего братуху. 21 поинт у них имеется в турнирной таблице, 8-я строчка на текущий момент. Они у нас, мы помним, да, топ-3 заняли в прошлой карте. Тянба с тератонами. 1-я, 2-я строчка, при том, что у Тянбы x2 по отношению к тератонам. Шок. Ты видел мульт, посвященный Ивану? Вот мне кажется, что на него это накладывает дополнительные обязательства. Не кажется, видел. Я весь мульт еще вчера посмотрел во время репетиций. Ну, я немножко привилегирован. Вот настолько привилегированный человечек в мире PUBG. Вот настолько просто. У меня есть доступ к клинфиду. А в клинфиде все эти рехерцелы, короче, репетиции и прочая история. Поэтому я вчера еще посмотрел полностью этот ролик. И я же еще написал в телеграм-канале у себя, когда опубликовал кусочек этого ролика, который вышел там 1 день или 2 дня назад. Тизер трейлера, трейлер тизера. Я еще посмеялся и написал, что завтра вы увидите полностью этот ролик. К этому ролику есть очень много вопросов. Там обезличена остальная команда Нави. Здесь не то, что на Ваню какие-то обязательства накладывает, вообще никаких. Ему, я думаю, по шарабану вообще. А вот то, что там обезличена остальная команда Нави, полностью обезличена, там просто чуваки в касках бегают, там в 1-й, 2-й каске и так далее. Это прям очень неудивительно, с одной стороны, и удивительно, опять же, парадоксально удивительно, с другой стороны. Не все, ну хотя экземпла знают все, да, условно, это же все-таки ударная сила была, но медийка очень слабая у Нави, то, о чем я говорил уже не один раз и много-много лет говорю, что когда слабая медийка, вот Иван просто очень вовремя впитал, всосал в себя эту медийную тему и сделал все очень правильно, и вот это вот аура легенды, аура какого-то небожителя, она как бы вокруг него витает до сих пор. Благодаря его действиям, благодаря действиям фанатов, самим Крафтон. А вот Нави безликая команда получилась в итоге, даже в их ролике. Плюс там есть некоторые еще моменты в этом ролике, в полном. Там как бы, когда он в воде, да, типа, опускается, типа, на дно там или куда там, он как будто бы в джерси красной Face Clan. Но там нету логотипа Face Clan, но она красная. Вот, и как бы потом он такой, надо всплывать, и вот он уже всплывает с Нави. И это, кстати, прикольная тема к тем определениям, которые используют игроки. Всплывает, не всплывает и так далее. Некоторые игроки. Специально рассказать про формат турика. Кто выходит в гранд-финал, формат, сколько групповых дней и игр. И вот такое вот. Так, давайте, чтобы это не было на постоянной основе, что у нас есть ленивые жопы, которым нужно всегда говорить голосом, и комментатор превращается просто в радиозапись, да, какую-то формата турнира. Есть, все это есть описано в моем телеграм-канале, поэтому обязательно на него подпишитесь. по хэштегу, вот телеграм-канал вообще простая тема. Поиск по каналу, лупа, без двух букв спереди за. Вот лупа, нажимаете на лупу, вписываете хэштег, это 2 палочки вертикальные, 2 горизонтальные, пишите PGC 2023 вместе, слитно все это, весь этот хэштег. Нажимаете Enter, получаете все посты по этому турниру, по PGC 2023. Отсматриваете, что вам нужно, там все есть, все основное, прям очень все есть. И расписание, и форматы расписаны в картинках, в любом виде. Так вот, давайте еще раз пройдемся. Финалочка, как говорится. Я понимаю, что еще 5 раз спросят за этот турнир. Но 2 группы. Группа А, группа Б. 32 команды делятся по 16 команд. Группа А играет свои 2 дня игровых, 12, best of 12. Собственно, группа Б свои 2 дня, best of 12. Лучшие 8. Ух ты, ёкарный бабай, там сальтуха полетела. Благо фальконы не дали посмотреть. Розит это нормально, да? Этот дрифтинг. Но, вы понимаете. Лучшие 8 из каждой группы отправляются в верхнюю сетку. Худшие 8 из каждой группы в нижнюю сетку. Собственно, из верхней... Да, дядь Миш, здравствуйте. Дядь Миш к нам вернулся.
Добрый вечер.
А ну поговори, поговори.
Раз, два, три, четыре, пять, шесть, семь, восемь, девять.
Бла-бла-бла-бла-бла-бла. Ну поговори, что у тебя... Все, я тебя поднял.
Да-да-да. Поднимай с колен с Николаем.
Да. Вот, а потом лучшие 8 из верхней сетки в гранд-финал. Худшие 8 из нижней сетки домой. А верхние 8, вот, кстати, код на 3000 джекоинов. Ни хрена себе.
Это где? А у меня нет.
Наверху в центре. Не знаю, наверху в центре.
А какая секунда?
16:51.
А, я почему-то позади сильно.
А ты с чего смотришь?
С Ютаба.
С Ютаба? А нет возможности? Молодость упал?
Сейчас сделаю. Я слышу зато здесь сцену всегда.
Кого слышишь?
Сцену, орут зрители.
А я смотри, я не смотрю клинфит, я смотрю с Твича вообще. Просто потому что там есть проблемы постоянно. У меня не запустился Артем Пи, они его сделали там ногами. Ну и так далее. Ух,
на английской трансляции пишут скам. Так что...
Серьезно? Красавчики, это какой-то флешмоб. Так, короче, еще раз. Из нижней сетки худшие 8, это 9-16, отлетают домой. Лучшие 8 идут в Last Chance. Худшие 8 из верхней сетки также в Last Chance. Из Last Chance вторая 8 выбирается в гранд-финал. Все очень просто. Team Falcon разорвала Тератон 5. Что-то Тератоны решили порадовать свою домашнюю аудиторию вместе с дейтрейдами. Первые, вторые, четвертые строчки, короче, они занимают.
We can see EXO maybe thinking something they're already gatekeeping out. Looks like I believe that Ace did manage to go ahead and get an emergency pickup. They're going to be flying in just one moment to try to regroup as I think that Chris...
Рад вас видеть. Я тоже взаимно вас всех рады видеть, дорогие друзья. Один герой должен быть. Нет, это Калтер нестандартная тема. Я тебе открою секрет, вообще нестандартная. Там можно было не обезличивать. Я по поводу ролика Вани и Нави. Там Нави же полностью обезличены остальные игроки. Как бы в том ролике не обезличен игрок 17 Gaming. Молодость.
Ну, кстати, не очень прикольно.
Да, я же об этом и говорил. А у нас тут экзальты рассыпались. Обидно.
Блин, молодость просто не перестрелял вообще в упор в спины двоих.
Говорят, что код на одну активацию? В смысле, вообще на одного человека код?
Да, на первого человека. Там все через приложуху делают, я так понял.
Просто тогда пофиг на эти коды. Я буду по соточке вам кидать сегодня. 4 кодика еще закину сейчас в чатик и кайфуем. По-скромному, по мизеру, как говорится. А не вот это вот. Софт ставит, конечно, ставится софт, и типы как-то пытаются снизить задержку, чтобы им отображалось. Ну, чтобы стрим как-то
там
быстрее.
автоматический ввод в софт, я так понял. Это уже написан.
Ага.
Короче, код, и он на сайте от твоего имени, хлоп-хлоп, ну, 2 секунды у тебя на...
Скрипт, вот, короче, я понял, о чем ты. Уже скрипт полностью на граб.
Ты нажимаешь вот. Там... Ну, сидит, сканирует, короче, супер быстро.
Он может быть даже автоматический, кто прошаренный. Ну, короче, гениально, как всегда. Че у нас исчезли, да, с карты Экзальт? Я просто отвернулся, мы пока обсуждали про код. Экзальты исчезли. Ну, Соники практически тоже вместе с ними.
Короче, я не хочу перезаходить на... Ну, да, с твоего стрима буду смотреть.
Так это будет задержка.
Примерно такая же, как я понимаю.
Не, Калтер, ты неправильно воспринимаешь все это. То, что там где-то там в Лиге Фантазии, кто-то где-то какую-то фотку, это не совсем то. Это вообще не
Я,
так
кстати, не
делается.
смог Лигу Фантазии сделать.
Чего? Не успел?
Не дало.
Странно. А почему?
Какие-то Eternal сервер ошибка, я там выкладывал у себя это.
А ты не писал? У тебя же есть прямой контакт.
Да в пизду.
Да. Дядь Миша, что ты напрямую не написал? Да. Пойду лучше пост сделай, пожалуйста. Буду неделю
Так это уже...
жаловаться.
Мы уже комментировали же в это время.
Не, я не про то. Я имею в виду просто... Я как-то разговаривал с кем-то из партнеров PUBG слэш киберспортсменом. И кто-то в очередной раз жаловался на читеров. Я говорю, так пойди кинь этот репорт. А, Хирыч. Я говорю, сделай клип, кинь репорт, господи. Либо попроси аудиторию. Говорит, да я еще не буду делать их работу, типа. Ну, понятно. Тут, походу, Эйсон доехали.
Нормально, кстати, у меня Хаймас должен был быть в этом.
Ну, у меня Хаймас был, но его просто наказ. Но это группа. Я вообще на группу ничего не ставлю, потому что группа это алкопатия.
Не, ну фэнтези ты ставишь?
Я имею в виду, мне все равно на фэнтези групповую, потому что это алкопатия, чувак. Ну, команды, ну посмотри, что делают. Тератоны топ-2. Тенбай 72 поинта. О чем? Донава первые две катки вообще 2 поинта сидела. Но это классическая Донава, это, понятное дело, читаемо. А Соники зато первую стартанули очень бодренько. И вот сидят в топе до сих пор. Эйсенды ничего. Церберы 13 поинтов, топ-16. Ну, короче, это очень стрёмный этап. Перо вообще никогда, ну, меня не удивляли. И, окей, Перо там и находится, где должны, по идее, быть. Тут Тератоном подошли в 7, это Вероника 7. Но и в итоге хорошо это надол позицию занимает. В итоге очень много урона насунул на второму и третьему. Или первому и второму, неважно. А он лег, что ли? А, от зоны. Да.
Я что приду.
Ни один братуха не решился накинуть смачок, вы понимаете? Ни один братишка не дал смачок. Вероника 7, конечно, разочарование в данном именно игровом моменте, не более. Понятное дело, что это групповой этап. Мы не воспринимаем всерьез то, что здесь происходит. Минус Розите GR. Танадол с Хацаватом остаются вдвоем. Там глаз снова выкололи. Пейдж еще умудряется подформить. Тут неплохо залетает на минус 35. Заскамили людей промокодом, там хаос в чате в Твича. Не-не-не, Михей, не надо ничего писать, когда идет жесть на офф-трансе. Там лучше вообще ничего не писать, потому что будет именно это. Написать прогу, да даже прогу не надо, скрипт. Там банальный скрипт, его будет достаточно. Грабить фотку, ну, грабить, постоянно считывать через какой-то промежуток времени. Считывать один кадр с трансы и при появлении в этом месте определенного, да, там, указать, грабить просто и все. И тут же сделать, ну, там, типа, скрипт, это же множественное исполнение команд и так далее. Там можно много чего задействовать. И тут же он будет грабить, и тут же вводить тебе же на твоем аккаунте. Короче, самое интересное в трансляции это ПС комментатора о своем этом B11 АВЕ после ее окончания. Ничего не понял, Мега. Прости, это было сложно для меня. Скрипачей 1000, ну кто успел, у кого скрипт лучше работает, кто в интернете, ну, у кого интернет лучше, кто ближе к сервакам, у кого задержка меньше и так далее. Вопросов о том, в каком месте экрана код появляется. Кстати, может быть, либо просто чтобы внимание свое обратить на это место, типа, и быстро ручками ввести. Купон поставить? До какого? Смотрите, до первого дня гранд-финала, до 1 января. 1 января, точнее, за час до старта игр. До 10 утра 1 января, по моему времени. До 11 или до 12 по вашему, короче, где-то так. Может стать аферистом и на фанпее, продать скрипт, который открывает 2 ссылки и говорить, что это скрипт. Да. Про Убаха посмотреть, где мульт. На ОВ должен быть на ОВ-канале уже, по идее, должны были его залить. Сейчас посмотрю. Если что, я попытаюсь перелить.
Мультик?
Да.
Везде уже есть.
Да, его выложили на ОВ-канале. Нет, стоп. А, да, выложили, но...
Везде выложили, я себе постил.
А знаешь, почему этот Digital Athletics у него на стене ты запостил? Он же играл в Атлетика.
Да, блядь, ну один турнир. А почему грубые не выложили?
Да,
я больше про грубых.
Это не то. Да тебе не похуй, пиздец, чтобы ты еще за это переживал. Пусть переживают те, кому это больше всех надо. Я тебя умоляю.
Никому это не надо, блядь.
Лого не нашли, понимаешь? Просто
ну, лого спизжено у Riot, поэтому там
старая. Ну, так а я тебе о чем?
Лого, поэтому, скорее всего, его и нельзя.
Поэтому просто хер забили и все. Ну, был. Че бы хотеть.
Ну, Digital Athletics, ну, типа, да, можно было все эти его команды написать.
Да,
написали только DI фейзов, типа. Нави что тогда не написали?
Да вообще похуй.
Делали ролик, видимо, еще до того, как он перешел. Хотя...
Дядь Миш, я сегодня отработал гибрид финал. Какой мне вообще похуй, что там, блядь, логотипы какие есть. Я переживал, что будет хуже. Но...
Ты сам начал эту беседу.
В смысле? Нет, это ты начал.
Ты спросил.
Я
спросил, а рассказал.
Нет, ну просто ты спросил, как бы, ты написал в тексте про это, и это... Я думал, ты забыл. Ну, типа, что там делает, типа, мол, Digital Athletics лого.
Не, ну да, типа.
Ох, уже этот дядя. О, код, да, сейчас дам код. Ловите код, сейчас будет код. Один честно лисенку сегодня уже пожертвовал, я просто был ей должен. Ловите раз код. Сейчас вам будет еще 2 хода, ребят. Пиксель! Слушай, ну Пиксель все равно хорош. Как ни крути. Его видеть на таком турнире прям по кайфу. И второй код полетит на YouTube. Сори, ребят. Вернись к комментированию. Что ты говоришь?
Ну что, через Америку нормально? Отобрались.
Да, притом, да, у нас много все больше европейцев через Америку пытать. Да, у нас провал вообще в киберспорте. Господи, что Европа полумертвый уже регион, что в Америке европейцы едут от Америки, блин, на глобал. За один турнир. Но они играли один турнир. Первый турнир года, который принес поинты Friendly Fire, играл другой состав, от справедливости ради.
Ну да.
Не работают твои коды? Ну, у меня 100 джекоинов на одну активацию. Я же не говорю вам, что я 3000 джекоинов вам дам код. На сколько там, 10-20 тысяч онлайна. Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой. Если ты нормально действительно апнулись с нижних пределов турнирной таблицы, тератоны все еще живы, 50 поинтов, сокращают очень здорово, благодаря 12 киллам сокращают свое отставание от первого места от Тенбы. Но опять же, это, блин, это гребаный групповой этап. Здесь нифига не решается.
Слушай, ну, тут в целом можно посмотреть, как команда работает. Просто церберы вот вообще не работают, и это моментик для переживаний, потому что церберы достаточно неплохой коллектив, который в групповых этапах и в квалификациях как раз-таки хорошо себя показывал, да? А здесь что-то не алё. Ну, наверное, дальше. Под Тайлу, Экзо, ДК. Непонятные команды,
да,
которые как могут стрельнуть, так и не вообще не стрельнуть. Экзальты такая же история, Петрик Роуд. Как будто бы должны быть где-то в середине. Так они вроде и в середине на 11-м. Асенды, в моем понимании, там тоже где-то на 7-6 должны быть. Даже в этой группе. Наверное, Фалконс должны быть пониже. Да? Вместе с ССЖ, с тератонами.
Чё, они одни из лучших в регионе.
Ну, типа, регион-то у них поделен на южную и северную.
Но они же...
Если в северной никого нет.
Подожди, они же потом северно играют в финалах ключевых PGC Point турнирах. Это же как раз из общего Америка с турнира выясняется.
Это понятно. Я к тому, что если мы с тобой всегда говорили, что и в Северной-то особо нет команд, кроме 2-3,
Ну, я и говорю, что
то
в
если
своем
ты
регионе.
выходишь, да, если ты выходишь в турнир с Южной, где вообще нет команд, блин, вот, чтобы ты понимал, там и 4 игроков нет, на самом деле, там фалконцев тоже 3 игрока плюс бич, ну, грубо, вот.
Это ты на кого там бичом накинул? Бичевку накинул, на кого?
Поэтому, типа, потом, когда тебя в Северную посылают, когда ты лучший в Южную, то как будто там-
Иммигрант увидел
Да, то как будто
мир.
там несложно 4 место занять.
Слушай, ну, не знаю. Все-таки борьба в Латинской Америке, да, в Южной Америке достаточно серьезная. И пройти эту мясорубку тоже дорого стоит. Плюс Фалконы, их подписала Органа Рият на ПГС-2. И ты один из тех, кто в них не верил, кто говорил о том, что на один турик подписаны типы. Помнишь? Ты говорил такую тему, что у тебя есть такое ощущение. Ну, понятное дело, что нет уверенности.
Слушай, я на самом деле думаю, что просто фалконцев переподпишут другой состав. Европейский,
зачем? Смысл?
поближе. Ну, question mark есть, типа, если там не
Для кого?
подпишут Джету либо герои какие-нибудь, то фалконцев подпишут.
Да не, ну
Для
ты
кого?
чё, зачем? Смысл? Если сейчас работают их подписанты.
Ну, посмотрим, я же говорю, есть ощущение просто, что европейскую подпишут. Америка все-таки им не сильно близка-то.
Тут проблема такая, что Куэмов, блин, а чё с фокусом, алло, мне аж плохо стало. Проблема такая, что Куэм интересует только лонг-терм. Блин, Пиксель улыбается. О, классная арта. Этих интересует только лонг-терм, да, длительные контракты. Смысл, они и так формят нормально, нафиг им это арга, по сути, в принципе, да, условно. Вот.
Ну, да вроде да. Блин, арга много на самом деле решает сам, если ты грамотный арга. Тут тоже момент такой, что...
Ну, например, давай, что она решила для Нави?
Twisted Minds, как у Христа за пазухой, по факту. Ну, Нави ничего не решила. Но Twisted Minds тоже, кстати, на самом деле.
Они сами
пока
себе
что...
могут нормально фармить, да. Твистам тоже.
Пока что... Ну, кстати, зарплаты у Twisted Minds такие, что не сильно-то они могут фармить. Поэтому у них большие зарплаты.
Да, причем десяток к призовым.
Ну, так ты говоришь, что они и так фармят, зачем им арга? Я говорю, что у них такие зарплаты, что...
Не, ну
как
без
бы-
арги, да, окей, я понимаю, что это большая сумма, которая, ну, условно потеряна, да, как считают потерянную прибыль, которая не случилась, но которая могла бы быть. Но я имею в виду, что и без арги бы они тоже нормально бы фармили же. Ну, призовые
Ну,
хорошие
тут,
у Твисов.
больше гораздо.
Нет, я не про то, но ты же видишь, ты упираешься именно сколько у них зарплата, с учетом этого. Даже если бы у них не было арги и зарплаты, они бы были бы не хуже КУЭМов, а тоже и лучше, да, плюс-минус по деньгам. Если на этот смотреть расклад, если нету арги.
Хрен знает. Ну, ты хочешь сказать, что вот эта, типа, стабильность, она как будто и не нужна? Ну, мнимая.
А чем стабильность КУЭМ хуже условной стабильности якобы где-то там? У КУЭМ все хорошо, у них нет
Ну, типа, смотри,
обязательств.
выиграл ты 160 тысяч, ждешь их 8 месяцев.
Я
там
думаю,
полгода.
что это есть проблема. Не, ну мы же не говорим, что это идеальный мир с идеальными раскладами, правильно?
Ну да, хочется же ближе к идеальному быть, знаешь, когда ты там какую-то свою...
Тогда нужно
Ну
еще
ладно,
10
неважно,
шейхов,
сколько.
10 принцев на всех. Ну,
Ну
их
вот они,
просто-
фалконцы.
Ну, я
Есть.
Мне кажется, что они вот просто так не возьмут и на КУЭМ не перепрыгнут. Если, допустим, Батулин не почмокает в щечки своих боссов и не уговорит, что вот пусть Фелконы обратят внимание на вот лучше
Да
на
Батулин
наших
что там
пацанов.
решает-то? Типа.
Но я же образно, ты же понимаешь.
Ну, я
прекрасно,
понимаю, да.
Что нужно, кто-то должен сказать Фалконам, что они должны обратить внимание на этих чуваков больше и объяснить причины, почему. Да, допустим, конкурировать с у КУЭМ или Фалконов в Европе с Twisted Minds это один движ Париж, да? Если, допустим, Фалконы переходят в Европу, и у них вроде бы есть региональное соперничество, да, вот это внутрирегиональное, внутриорганизационно. А с другой стороны, они закрывают себя в одном регионе Европа. А тут они имеют у себя под, ну, если брать именно арабов, да, Саудовскую Аравию целиком. А тут они имеют возможность влиять сразу на 2 огромных региона: Европа и Америкас. Да, EMEA, даже не Европа, а EMEA и Америкас. Как бы мы же не знаем планов, мы не знаем, одно ли это целое на самом деле Фалконы и Twisted Minds, либо это все-таки конкуренты.
Это не одно и целое, вообще не одно.
Да, это может быть одно
Далеко.
семейство, это могут быть одни и те же принцы, просто один двоюродный,
Они там
четвертый
все одно
пятиюродный.
семейство.
Так вот
Немножко,
я же
конечно,
об
звучало
этом.
не очень, но типа мы понимаем, о чем речь идет, что и там,
Саудиты,
типа,
нет, ну про саудитов речь.
наследный принц,
Да,
там,
да,
типа, просто их много, и там, как бы, у них может и 5 орг быть, немножко по-другому просто работать. В таком случае, ну, можно сказать, что вот этот фонд национального благосостояния, или как он там их называется, который все
ХВВ.
купил-то, да?
Арамка
Что
он
тоже
называется.
это...
Арамка. Компания Арамка, которая
Ну,
всё
короче,
купила.
можно сказать, что это тоже одно и то же. Но я так понял, что там, типа, разделено это все на столько предприятий и владельцев, что по факту ESL и Faceit у разных компаний находятся. Вот так вот. Там одна и та же компания купила Faceit и ESEU, а ESL как бы другому подразделению ушел, понял?
Ну,
То есть одно дело турнирный оператор, другое дело, которые скупают... вот и они еще скупают сейчас эти студии-то игровые.
Ну,
Тоже
смотри,
же...
дядь Миш, ну мы же не глупые, что бизнес не любит укрупнение, бизнес любит дробление, чтобы меньше налоговое бремя, меньше антимонопольные движухи возникали и прочая история. Когда у тебя есть 50 принцев, так, кремушек, сюда.
Это я к тому, что как бы самый главный босс ему вообще по барабану.
Его цель интересует. Ну, все
Да.
правильно. Но я же об этом и говорю,
Вот.
что для нас, для простых, может быть 2 орги разные.
А что, игра сразу же стартует?
Да, классно, короткие паузы. А в
Или
совокупности,
это
в общем,
повторы?
не-не-не, это все, это последняя карта. А в общем раскладе это все одна и та же контора. Ну, в итоге. Это знаешь, как спорить, будем мы с тобой спорить, что вкуснее, Марс или Сникерс, не зная, что это принадлежит семейству Марс, да, вся эта фигня, и им вообще похлебать, что ты купишь. Ты хоть Аленку купи или там...
Вот, хороший, кстати, пример. Вот я об этом.
Да, ну, так я тоже
Что
самое это говорю.
номинально рекламные отделы, они могут между собой конфликтовать, и вот здесь такая же история, по факту.
Ну, условный конфликт. Я думаю, это будет больше публично для отвода глаз. А
Ну
по
да,
факту
да,
работа
я
на
об этом.
общее дело, на серьезное общее дело. Кстати, как тебе кружочки? Я тебе скидывал, ты ничего не написал. Мне кажется, они
Шляпа какая-то.
чуть маловаты. Надо бы побольше. Не, ну полезно, чё? Тебе не нужно держать под руками стартовые споты команд. Но они сливаются, их нужно либо чуть побольше
Ну,
и
это же не
сделать...
заявленные споты, правильно?
В смысле,
Это
как это? У
бы-
нас же есть Дискорд со всеми этими темами, плюс они заявляют, все это есть.
Ну, то есть дейтрейды там не будут падать, правильно, в Чумасеру? Это все понятно. Тианба в Чумасеру падать больше не будет.
Ну, вот они
Всё,
разошлись,
надо
да,
менять, надо
да.
менять кружочки, правильно?
Не обязательно, ну, это же групповой этап. Все же изменится в следующих этапах, когда разойдутся команды.
Ну, то есть, мне кажется, на первую игру как будто это можно было бы поставить, да? Дальше. Ну, не знаю, короче, для меня вот они не сильно что-то это... никакого и понимания они как будто не принесли, только то, что команда ушла из этого спота и отдали Донави, допустим, Тианба с дейтрейдами. А так...
Да, игры начинаются быстрее, чем сама игра
Не,
грузится.
информация типа нормально, вот.
По поводу?
Ну, вот эта штука, типа информационные кружочки. эти,
Ну, на 6-м году киберспорта мы к этому приходим все постепенно.
да,
Удобство.
как будто не
Это
вау.
знаешь, как вот все начали ваукать по поводу командного центра и параллельных трансляций за командами, где можно следить. А я понимаю прекрасно, что мы это давным-давно уже, как говорится, переварили и выкакали. Еще в
До
2019
сих
году.
пор есть доступ к каналам, кстати.
Да, так прикол еще в другом, что сейчас с крохотным онлайном по сравнению с 5-летней давности, они будут дробить в итоге свой онлайн.
Слушай, ну с такой раздачей джекоинов, как там на английской трансляции пишут, там в натуре завтра 1500 вьюверов максимум будет.
Плюс командные стримы, у тебя 6 стримов от команд. Я не знаю, работают они сейчас, не работают, но когда будут работать, у тебя просто будет дробление. И это опять же, это знаешь, как был вот этот вот эксклюзив на ВК, стрим PGS PGC 2021. Вспомни этот эксклюзив, блядь, на неделю, когда потом все дружно охренели от того, что натворили. Так и тут, как бы, люди, которые вот подобные решения генерируют, у меня такое ощущение, что у них... они пишут... Ой, против Сайги это вообще без шансов. Как будто бы они пишут пособие, как проебать медику. Там за 5 лет, за 1 год, за турнир, знаешь, вот это вот. Для чайников.
Это состав, кстати, другой же, да? Что-то... Кого не было? Или ничего было? Зилая вот этого не было?
Да. Состав обновленный.
Играл.
Блин, где-то я могу тебе ссылку дать по составам. У меня же все это есть, весь доступ. Хочешь?
А потом посмотрим. Сегодня просто какой-то день из-за вот этого гибридного финала, он такой немного смазанный. Да, хорошо, что это групповая, а не сразу же мы первый день гранд-финала какой-то кастим, потому что, ну, не кастим, смотрим, наверное. Кастить даже хз. Вот. Вообще в последнее время кастить. Я сейчас глубокую мысль начал, знаешь, так рандом. Потому что, да, после вот того, как мы PUBG Mobile посмотрели, во-первых, не хочу никого не обидеть, но PUBG Mobile вообще нахуй ничего не делает для того, чтобы киберстор смотрибелен был бы.
Ну, он типа пользуется своей популярностью.
Ну, это ужасно вообще. Ну, то есть у тебя не... Экран телефона не влезает в нормальный формат просмотра игры, обрезано все по краям. У тебя, блин... Карта вообще работает с таким дилеем. Ой, это что такое? Это реплей, да? Пошли какие-то.
Да, это каждую команду презентуют их хайлайты из региональных турниров. А киллфит лагающий неправильно. Ну, короче, там много проблем.
Ну да. То есть, если вот в сравнении, по сути, одной и той же игры и работы Tencent в этом отношении, то типа Крафтон вообще дохера делает. А если поговорить по поводу типа как это, сезона и того, как распределяются очки, какая работа вообще ведется коммуникационная с командами, то что есть представитель Tencent, которому можно написать в каждом регионе, если ты участник ПМПЛ, тебе там табличку твою переделают, что-то переделают, ну типа вообще все классно. То в этом отношении, наоборот, Крафтон как-то сильно уступает. Я вот все какого-нибудь слияния жду, но походу Tencent Крафтон нахрен не нужен. Так бы выкупили бы уже давно и это. Ну, потому что Крафтон убыточная компания. Ну, не убыточная, но типа...
Не, прибыль была огромная, ты чё? Просто есть куча проектов убыточных. Но, опять же, эти проекты для другого закупаются. Тут другой расклад, дядь Миш. Что ты думаешь? И вообще, я бы, наверное, со всеми зрителями погадал бы. Кто не в курсе, может, кто в курсе. А что произошло с Артиксом? Судя по тому пластырю, который у него на лбу, и размеру этого пластыря, что-то мне подсказывает, что он не увидел стеклянную самораздвигающуюся дверь. Потому что подобное я видел уже. Но видел не лично, видел... Нет, я видел это лично, еще и в записи потом. Я в одном магазине работал в Одессе. И там все фасады были тупо витражи стеклянные. И по центру раздвигающиеся двери. И вот там регулярно со стороны улицы голуби до соплей влетали в эти стекла, чтобы ты понимал.
Да что говорить, мы же кучу раз обсуждали эту угарную историю киберспортсмена, который на автопате эпицентра Counter-Strike. Мы стоим в курилке, курилка вся стеклянная, и он вместе со стеной вышел. Ну, лопнула дверь, потому что он прям как ебал головой в стекло, и просто она посыпалась. А там стекло вот это, которое, знаешь, оно взрывается, типа, я не знаю, как это называется, каленое, не каленое, типа, чтобы не порезать, ничего.
Да, на мелкие осколки
стекла, они осыпаются, да, таким... мелкими осколками. Вот там челикс нормально так в окно вышел, можно сказать. Ну, только не в окно, а...
Ну, понятно.
Я думаю, Артикс, на самом деле, много чего могло с ним произойти. Он мог и в бассейн нырнуть, и как бы...
Кстати, нырок! Слушай, смотри, Фейт Елене сказал, что Артикс отравился, его в больницу возили. Так лоб здесь при чем? Ты как травишься? При чем здесь лопешник?
Может,
И
он
этот пластырь.
что-нибудь
Лечебный, что ли?
отрубился, да, там хлопнулся.
Ну ты когда травишься, ты, извиняюсь, ты начинаешь из себя выворачивать изнутри желудок.
Источать, да.
Либо
изнутри.
да,
Ну, типа,
либо,
непонятно.
либо с другого отверстия источаешь. И поэтому сознание при отравлении я не знаю, что вы теряли.
Блин, ну это же есть вот эти тайские пластыри, понял, которые даже у меня, кстати,
Компресса
есть тайгер
температуры
мазь там.
такое говорят, слышишь? Компресса температуры говорят.
Ну вот, короче, вот эти пластыри, о чем говорю-то, то что тайские вот эти у них тайгер есть, вот это как звездочка типа, которая от всего вообще. Также есть пластыри, у меня, говорю, тоже есть они даже зелененькие такие, они охлаждающие.
Я понял, я просто еще из старых староверов, можно так сказать. Для меня пластырь это то, что сдирает с тебя кожу с волосами, когда ты это понял? Вот этот еще советский, который круче изоленты. Который ты берешь ватку кусочек, прикладываешь, заматываешь и потом понимаешь, что
Ну,
нужно
кстати, сейчас пластыри по
вырезать.
сравнению с ними говно вообще не приклеиваются.
Они
просто
отклеиваются за
отрываются,
секунду,
и
да,
всё.
да, да.
На палец, вот я пальцы регулярно режу, типа, когда собаки мясо
Ага.
отрезаются этих
Дядь Миш, ты
костей.
как? Подарить тебе перчатки? Перчатки специально не порезай.
Металлические эти, кольчугу.
Не порезай, да.
Да не, ну, типа, я такое, знаешь, чуть-чуть кожи снимаешь, вот сейчас уже снял. Ну, это ладно. Короче, ты пластырь один наклеиваешь, у него как бы поверхность, ну, рабочая постоянно, скажем так. Тебе приходится еще другим пластырем обматывать. То есть у меня помимо обычных пластырей постоянно есть в аптечке еще, которые как изолента, типа вот эти. Я ими раньше пальцы перематывал, когда боролся. Ну, за кимоно неудобно
Ага.
схватывать, типа, суставы, чтобы на месте оставались, если человечек дернется. Вот, и теперь ими еще и одним пластырем другой пластырь. Это как у экзибита было с мониторами. Мы поставили эти монитор, чтобы посмотреть мониторы. Вот теперь, чтобы приклеить нормально на палец пластырь, нужен еще один пластырь.
Блять, вот если он отравился, это просто пиздец, конечно. Я не понимаю организаторов. Их задача, блядь, чтобы у них все звезды, а это звезды, вот чуваки, за которые они заплатили кучу денег, чтобы они приехали,
Зона
снялись,
хорошая.
да, снялись медиадни, вообще пух. Я сейчас не могу понять, жопа у меня горела на прошлом PNC, позапрошлом, вспомни, да, год назад, когда там
Да,
просто
точно
сборная
наелись там они, да.
Германии, сборная Канады, у всех дрысня началась, потому что они в Таиланде поперлись, блядь, показывать друг другу, какие пипец они любят похавать всякого оригинального. Артем вроде кушал только в всей его сторис, благо его можно все спалить, у него много кружочков в телеге у него и так далее. Можно проследить его момент отравления, кстати, видимо, что он съел, да.
Слушай, ну организм так ослаблен, на
Да,
самом деле.
да,
Ты
да,
прилетел, у
перелеты,
тебя
всё
джетлаг, типа, организм не соображает, ты еще и погнал там, типа, кушать местную еду. Ну, плюс эти, ну, сильно отличаются же страны, и еда вообще. и всё остальное. Да, даже фишка даже иногда не в еде. Я скажу так, что если вы где-то на другой части страны начнете пить воду, она вам тоже может показаться, да, совершенно
Ну ты прям
другой,
критично
обычной
взял,
водой.
дядя Миша, это из крана еще
У людей зубы выпадают.
Да,
братан,
да,
ты
я
чё,
знаю,
типа,
я
там,
знаю. Вода это очень серьезная вещь, это не простой...
Да, другой минеральный, типа, состав у воды, и у людей просто там зубы начинают сыпаться, или кожа там хреново реагирует, и пронестись это еще, типа...
Минималка.
Минимальные, да, могут быть истории.
Не, ребят, по Артиксу, я думаю, Тёма чуть позже, когда будет уже в доступе.
Situation попал? Я не попал ни в какую. Я,
Обкакался
кстати,
или
вообще
зубы
жру все, что
выпали.
угодно.
Бля, я помню, как то ли LCR, то ли кто рассказывал, как я могу жрать любую еду, а потом что-то с ним пошло не по плану на одном из туриков.
Слушай, я в армии пережил мясо белого медведя без каких-либо проблем, а там, ну, типа... После этого, мне кажется, вообще любая еда нормальная. И всякие бикусы, которые там за парышами варятся.
Не-не-не, Торетто, к сожалению, но Экзальт прекрасно понимают свои возможности, свои силы. Да, они будут выкладываться по максимуму, но у них не было ни длительного периода подготовки, ни сыгранности, ничего. Собственно, этот турнир реально для них на уровне туризма. Поэтому Тёма кайфует, Тёма делает кучу
Команда
постов.
мем, да.
Да, Тёма делает кучу. Да они вообще не должны были ехать. Они Блять, вот почему я молчу и хочу это на гранд-финал. Вот просто один вброс. Сука, команда, которая не играла ни хрена, на топ-16 сыграла в последнем, самом важном турнире года, едет на глобал все равно. А чемпион этого года, прошлого года, вообще не едет.
Но с другой стороны, блин, они хорошо сезон отыграли. Ну вот это тоже...
Я не про то, что последний турнир с пиздатым количеством PGC поинтов, и они все равно могли на него не проходить. Вообще они могли на нем не участвовать даже. С тем раскладом, ну условно, понятно, я сам поправляю о том, что если бы их не было, то лобби выглядело бы иначе, и расклад мог бы быть другой. Но мы гипотетически, опять же, рассуждаем. Вот просто смотрим на всю дисциплину и охреневаем, насколько все просело во всех регионах. Смотреть Азию, Корею и Китай без слез невозможно. Просто невозможно. Там без слез, вот у меня Бенни Хилл, я помню, когда прошлый год или начало этого года, у меня саундтрек половины эфиров был Бенни Хилл во время просмотра Китая и Азии. Помнишь, мы смотрели, да, весной? Да.
С другой стороны, может, у нас уже повышенные требования, а по факту...
Говорят, Убах приехал, что ли? Убах же приехал, все, чемпион есть.
Блин, да Убах, я думаю, устал играть. Из Нави его попросили уйти за тоже определенного рода действия. Сейчас непонятно там, что и как.
Слушай, ну, ты как бы нужно, знаешь, как есть футболисты, которые там до 35-40 лет...
выиграл, кстати.
Дело не в деньгах, видишь, ты опять все к деньгам сводишь. Он просто должен уйти
Зачем
легендой.
этим заниматься? Ну, типа...
Да, ну, не знаю, может, ЧСВ. У тебя же сегодня уже говорили о том, что заслуги есть немало людей, для кого
Да простят меня казахи, для них это понятно, что казах без понтов, беспонтовый казах, как сами казахи говорили вот в одном из...
Не в этом суть. Не-не-не, титул это тоже важно, но это, ну, непростое. Деньги можно
Он
заработать.
Он выиграл уже, нет?
Правильно, я же говорю, надо уйти вовремя просто дальше. Просто вот выиграл.
Как будто
и мы
для
одно
Вани
вместе с
команды
Лерой.
Нету, да, сейчас?
Да ни для кого команды нету. Ты копни, нет команд. Просто ему нужно было вместе с Лерой закончить карьеру, и все. Вот если бы он ушел вместе с Лерой, либо там перешел в тренеры, там, я не знаю, в стримеры. Ну, короче, ушел на пенсию, да, именно как игрок. Мне кажется, это было бы просто самым идеальным решением в его случае. И...
Слушай, это еще заслуга дисциплины. Если игрок не хочет играть, но проходит на турниры, блядь, то это, конечно, добрый вечер.
Так, я же говорю, не, ну про это даже не обсуждается. В дисциплине полный швах.
Ну, чтобы понимать оверолл, да, в итоге...
Уровень игры Нет, уровень игры в пизде, я же давно уже это сказал. Уровень киберспортивного...
Соники против ДК решили подраться? Что-то, по-моему, получится у них даже, да?
Веселье.
А, не, подъезжает.
ДК внизу, Соники наверху, давайте будем пиздиться, последняя карта дня.
Слушайте, по моей информации, Ваню кикнут. Вот. Вопрос в том, что мне, кстати, очень интересно, что будет дальше. Потому что Нави, получается, состава нету сейчас, да?
Но уже типа есть, уже обсуждают.
Ну, типа есть, да, но... Вопрос в том, что состав, который есть вот по слухам, он, в моем понимании, вообще не играющий. Вот у меня одна мысль только, что его Вадим собрал под себя, как...
Да нет, тут все проще.
Ой, хороший.
Нужен украинский состав, вот тебе и все. Пацаны молодые, жадные, горячие, их можно за копейки нанять и попытаться вырастить.
Ну вот, это типа...
Это
история...
не то, что Алрейн под себя, это просто Нави нужен.
Да, так это под тренером, мне кажется, нет?
Он их наминусовал, еще убил. Да, ну, не знаю. Не знаю насчет под тренера, потому что тренер не влияет на команду во время самих игр. Поэтому делать расчет на микротурике, где он будет влиять и вычеркивать крупные турниры. Просто, мне кажется, Нави собирают эту команду.
Не к тому, что он во время прям будет влиять, а к тому, что типа...
Так это самое главное. Но если ты не можешь влиять так, ну, полноценно, и у тебя команда не до конца самостоятельная, ну, смысл от этого всего.
Просто,
Поэтому
что он пропишет какие-то алгоритмы, и они будут катать. Просто понимаешь, ты там Ване
готов?
какому-то не можешь... К чему?
Ну, ты готов вот найти типов и поверить в них, что ты, прописав им алгоритмы, будешь уверен, что они будут по ним катать?
Ну, это, ну, тест такой. Я вот про это и говорю, понимаешь, что в моем понимании это не работает, а выглядит
Вообще
это так.
нигде. Вообще нигде это не работает. Моя мысль по поводу Нави, этого состава, им нужен максимально украинский состав. Блин, Фальконы что-то все интереснее и интереснее. Максимально украинский состав и год Нави могут потерпеть вот этот ущерб, да, от того, что их состав не будет ничего зарабатывать, ничего приносить, но чтобы за год их сделать получше, это минус. А где хитпоинты? Все, нету. И как бы у них такой расчет, что год можно вот, они просто выпадают из мейн, да, движухи, вот прям так жирно.
Как выпадают? Инвайт-то есть.
Вот, я же об этом. Но ущерб понести от того, что они могут не попасть на какие-то топовые турниры и пропустить тот же глобал очередной раз. Но за год натаскать себе хорошую команду.
Ну вот это решение чье? Понимаешь?
Ну, я думаю,
понимаем, что
менеджмента.
А нет человека-то, которому интересен PUBG, там, кроме Вадима.
Да, я без понятия. Ну, у меня нет таких данных. Я даже не буду за это говорить ничего. Менеджеру, наверное, должно быть интересно. Он же все-таки менеджер этого состава. А какого еще он менеджер состава?
Каких-то 2 или 3 там составов. Ну, блин, там вот, видишь, у них работает система, как в Стиме. Ну, Valve. Типа, хочешь заниматься, занимаешься вот этим. Не хочешь заниматься, не занимаешься. Типа, и все. И вот там хотят заниматься Brawl Stars. У Brawl Stars есть ведущая, которая с ними везде едет, снимает видосики и так далее. Не хотят заниматься PUBG, но есть партнерка. Ну, будут просто ездить раз в год пилить видос.
Но это не их статья дохода, поэтому им и плевать на PUBG, в принципе.
Так, ну это так не работает, что у тебя есть любимый сын и нелюбимый.
В смысле, как это не работает? Капитализм, дядь Миш! Здесь все за бабки, а не любимый, нелюбимый. Любимый, потому что бабки приносят. Почему КС-ка любимая и будут вокруг нее плясать? Потому что это главные бабки.
Просто в рамках Нави, мне кажется, все может бабки приносить, нет? Учитывая аудиторию, на которой ты работаешь и так далее.
Да вы когда сначала...
Что, Brawl Stars до хрена денег приносит? Давай по
Я без понятия, я там не сижу, я не могу тебе ответить ничего насчет этого всего. А по поводу... все может приносить бабки, но с учетом того, как они целенаправленно гробили свою аудиторию PUBG, ну, я не думаю. Посмотри, куда летит. Показывает в одну сторону, смотрит, летит в другую. Правее значительно. О, больно! Укольчик! Курекси? Ну, выжили. О, куда ты отправил? Отстань! Сейчас, блин, -2.
Короче, поэтому непонятно, что там будет. Очень бы хотелось, конечно, чтобы... Ой, бля, нихуя себе.
Нави не распались. Там не в этом суть. Просто как бы, судя по всему, видимо, пришли к мнению кто-то, либо сами игроки, минус игрок, надо будет попробовать дернуть, но, наверное, не получится. Хотя, шанс есть. Что исчерпал себя этот состав Нави. И вместо того, чтобы подбирать 4-го к 3-ке, лучше выстраивать новый, потому что там политика партии сменилась давно уже в Нави, и в этом виде Торнадо Энерджи уже отработанный вариант. Ну, выжили, выпили и все, и забыли. Это бизнес, чуваки, ну вы же поймите, это не благотворительность, это не забота про киберспорт, они исчезли, опять попадание от Мортиры уже на этот раз от Хаймаса. Ёперный балкон. Ну, спасибо Хаймасу, хоть завез мне поинтов в эту фэнтези-лигу. А тем более, если, как Миша говорит, что здесь не просто про бизнес, а и про то, что кто-то хочет этот бизнес или не хочет заниматься этим, то это вообще забей. Это прям...
Почему так много корейских команд? Ну, потому что игра азиатская. И корейская.
А сколько много? Ну, не супер много. 3. Или 4. Сколько в этом лобби? Данава, Вероника и ДК. 3. Ну, 3 нормально. Чё? Наших просто всего 7 из Европы. У нас же меньше всегда слотов. Ну, где? В Америке столько еще меньше. Кажется, там 6, да? Но опять же, мы не приносим денег. Опять же, все про бабки, чуваки. Не забывайте, все про бабки.
Так ты не принесешь денег, если у тебя не рабочая тема. Понимаешь, вне рабочей индустрии ты не можешь заработать кучу денег. Типа, если у тебя главный издатель делает говно, то ты как ни скрутись, ты в этом, ну, типа, все равно есть все максимумы.
Почему я вот, по-твоему, всегда сравниваю Крафтон с Wargaming? Бля, он лег просто на холме. Вот это типы...
команды много приносили денег? Мне кажется, тоже там
Я не про это.
сам сезон сделан.
Я про то, что когда вы случайным образом попадаете в самое сердце, в яблочко, на вас падает просто миллиард котлет денег, вы начинаете охуевать и кроме как разрастаться, увеличиваться, становиться менее поворотливыми, и в итоге все это превращается, вот как мы видим сейчас, Крафтон. Чтобы какое-то изменение пришло в игру, проходит там годичный план нужно крутануть. Ёб твою налево.
Да, конечно, Хаймас принес бы много поинтов в фэнтези-лиге.
Мне принес, да.
Надеюсь, дядя Миша будет на все стримы. Блин, ну у меня там его ЧБ, типа, поэтому возможно, что я как-то буду выпадать. Вот.
Да,
просто у меня
да,
какие-то ЛЧБ в 6
Последняя игра.
начинаются, а какие-то ЛЧБ в 12. Какие-то ЛЧБ заканчиваются за 2 часа, и я к вам прилетаю, а какие-то, допустим, они там, ну, PUBG будет плюс ЛЧБ, то есть там фиксированное время, я надеюсь, будет. Все зависит, конечно, от входа игроков в лобби. С этим бывают проблемы на такого рода турнирах.
Я уже
Вообще
предлагал
постараюсь со стримом быть.
в режиме интенсивной королевской битвы делать эти турниры и все. Если команд не хватает до фулл лобби, то Intense Battle Royale прям идеально подходит. И короткие сессии, и интенсивно, интересно, и все остальное. Левша присоединится на последние 3 дня, то бишь на сам гранд-финал. Это уже не раз говорили. По поводу одинаковая история, менеджмент не вывез. Ну, я же говорю об этом, то что когда люди делают, ну так много, слушай, ну Super People тоже на это рассчитывали. Сейчас они будут бабки лутать вот прям просто лопатами, и вот они повторят чью-то историю. Таких же много. Так же, как и этот. Мы знаем историю успешных, а есть куча историй, которые остаются за кадром. Которые пытались, но не шмогли.
Ох уж эти истории за кадром.
Бля, на Global пора вернуть Chicken Dinner формат. Это единственный формат, который способен спасти эту дисциплину от такого пиздеца клоун-фиесты, что мы видим.
Кстати, мы на церберов нагнали, и они что-то вот катку нормальную, да, проведут сейчас?
Ничего не нагнал.
Нет,
Я
то,
тебе
что они на
Смотри,
последнем месте. Мы
вообще
обсуждали,
похлебать,
что-
нет, я сразу сказал, мне плевать, что будет в групповом этапе. Блин, ну тут никто не вылетает, тут команды будут развлекаться и делать, что хотят. Я прям объективно понимал это.
Подожди,
смотрел.
как никто не вылетает?
Ну,
В
потому
смысле,
что-
совсем домой ты имеешь?
Нет, ты просто нижняя сетка, сетка виноров, лузеров и так далее, и ластченцы и прочее. Вот лузера уже все, топ-8, ну, ботом 8 отлетает домой.
Ну, ты уменьшаешь свои шансы на проход в гранд-финал, тоже неприятно, честно говоря-то.
Но мы прекрасно
Хотя,
понимаем,
по
какое
сетке
лобби...
узров те, кто должен пройти.
Да. Какое тебе лобби будет удобнее? Сетка винеров не всегда удобное лобби. Там же будут самые потные твои споты, твои ротации. Те же Соники, допустим, не хотят условно, наверное, видеть фейс-клан. Хотя вот я смотрю на эти карты, и что-то как-то фейс-клан, ну, совсем не то делают. И я видел комментарии в чатике, что опять начинают фейс-клан какую-то дичь творить. И мы видим по результату 22 поинта. Фейс-клан, который мы видели на PGS 2, фейс-клан, который мы видели на Пекфол, это не они. Фейсаки. Все. Вероника доехала. Гости
Мы,
пока
наверное,
что
переоцениваем,
в данный
кстати,
момент
иногда с тобой понимание людей. Мне кажется, люди просто не понимают, у них что-то не идет или идет, они не строят логические связи. Почему? Знаешь, воспринимают как должное. Вот про Face Clan это может быть применимо, что они какой-то турнир начали тащить, а на самом деле ничего для этого не сделали, и такие, ну окей.
Они даже не поняли,
должны
что они
были.
сделали, да, ты имеешь в виду,
Ну
да?
да, то есть у тебя какая-то сверхприбыль, если вдруг случилось, ты такой, блин, я этого достоин. А на самом деле это нужно воспринимать как, блин, на самом деле что-то не так случилось-то, и по факту нужно разбираться, почему это произошло. То есть и причину всегда нужно узнавать. Даже если
Согласен.
какой-то плюс для тебя произошел, потому что потом этот плюс, он может в тройной минус там перекинуться. Вот, и в рамках там игры PUBG это тоже, в принципе, применимо, учитывая, что ты мог отыграть турнир какой-то, как мы говорим, на котором другие не играли, да, и ты там победил и решил, что ты такой классный, а по факту ты потом приезжаешь на какой-то другой турнир, а там сыграть вообще, блин, какой у Чвина пульс, учитывая, что он мертв. Один
Так
из
он
пиковых.
потеет, колет там.
Переживает, да, походу.
По поводу переоценивать и думать о людях хорошо, это прям мое. Я это люблю, я это умею, практикую. Но фишка в чем? Я очень хороший пример привожу, и этот пример буквально недавно обрисовался. Есть нам очень хорошо знакомая команда, Twisted Minds называется. Вспомни их сталберовский заезд под гору, севернее Ясной Поляны, в котлован, в котором они всегда умирают. Всегда умирали. Просто всегда. Там один кто-то мог попытаться прожить на 5 минут дольше, но смерть рано или поздно настигала их всех. Вот ты помнишь, да, этот нижний склон?
Если честно, нет вообще.
Короче, от твоих туалетов просто на километр на
всё,
север.
я понял. Да,
на
да,
километр на север. Вот там вот низинка,
я
она
понял.
такая, как вот выемка
Всё, я
под
вспомнил,
камнями.
что это.
Вот. В этом году, недавно, то ли на Викурве, то ли где, я не помню, на каком из турниров, они поехали левее на камни, нашли свободную позицию, перепиздили всех, кто приехал в эту ямку смерти, где они обычно дохли. Но они туда ездили 1,5 года. Дима. Ой, Дима, господи, Миша.
Дима, привет.
Да, привет всем Димам. 1,5 года они ездили в эту яму. 1,5! Понимаешь, о чем речь?
Ну,
И
вот
как
ты
бы все
представляешь, у тебя
опытные,
дилей
все
на
прошаренные. Да, опытные, прошаренные, там как бы куча аналитики, постоянные реплей, анализинг, все остальная херня. И элементарные вещи. Слушай, 1,5, не 3. Ну да, я понял. Ну, я на самом деле преуменьшил, может быть, даже, чисто для того, чтобы не сказать больше. Но по ощущениям это минимум 1,5. Я просто болел за эту позицию, у меня прям кровью все обливалось. Каждый раз. Поэтому да. Но с другой стороны, на ошибках учатся. Главное, чтобы этот процесс обучения был намного быстрее. Поэтому просто взять и Алрейну собрать состав крутых стрелков. Там ферист колет, насколько я знаю. И у фериста вроде
Теперь
неплохо
точно.
это получается. Да. Теперь точно? Откуда инфа? Есть где-то заявка?
Ну теперь точно он колет. А кому там колить из вот этого румор состава, назовем его так?
Так вдруг...
Ну, давай вот так скажем, некому там колить.
Ну так и ферист вроде
там
не
и ферист-то как бы, да.
Ну вот, да,
и
поэтому...
фериста как бы.
Так тут
Вот,
Шримзи сейчас их
это
распекает.
один тоже еще из примеров, что типа кому вот надо было этот состав собирать, как будто бы Вадима Врен. Я не хочу ничего плохого сказать.
Нет, так это
типа, и не
логично.
говорю.
Нет, ну это
Да,
все...
а к тому, что, скорее всего, решение сейчас принимает Вадим, и будет вся попытка, вот, ну, будет на себя все камни брать, что... Он и так это делал, кстати, он на себя всю вину всегда принимал. Вот исходя из вот этих всех каких-то замечаний, там, да, можно... Слушай, ну Церберы выиграли, с чем их, собственно, поздравляем. Настрел хороший.
Акирыч тут рофлит, говорит, знаю, тут типов 35 плюс лет и пытаются выиграть. Это что, в Пупее, что ли, вброс? Ну, Пупей-то уже вроде все, да? Закончил, не закончил? Я его давно не видел.
Нет, он просто не прошел.
Ага, он все еще пытается?
Ну, слушай, на самом деле... Вот у него какой-то менталитет, как у... Можно сравнить с СНГ рокерами и европейскими или американскими рокерами.
Засиделся?
Вот,
Не понял, когда засиделся, да?
Нет, для примера. У меня один очень хороший пример есть. Мы как-то давно общались с группой Ария. Они делали совместное пиво с брендом Fax, и когда я в студии еще работал, мы вместе с ними отдыхали после съемок, типа, на пивоваренной компании. И он рассказывает, что все рокеры в СНГ — это не люди, которые иной раз уже любят это дело. То есть он говорит, они там перед записью альбома могут даже не собраться. То есть они там говорят, вот нам нужна 21 песня на альбом.
Ну,
и
работа,
они ровно
короче.
там 21, да, или 30 песен пишут. И он говорит, а у Металлики перед альбомом у них 200 песен уже есть, понимаешь? Потому что чел сидит в гараже, блин, в свои 72 там, грубо, и до сих пор херачит, потому что он прям, ну...
У тебя лагает реплей? Я сейчас обрыгаюсь.
Да,
Меня...
но я смотрю на твоем стриме, поэтому...
Просто ты когда сказал про этих рокеров, которые там немножко заблудились во времени, я просто Леонтьева себе подумал, когда этот 70 лет сетку на себя напяливает и продолжает Казанову наваливать.
Ну, не, ну вот кто-то, видишь, он прям как бы болеет, а кто-то...
Выздоравливает.
Но другие.
Чуваки, выздоравливают.
Если Купей, который был и у него вот это осталось. То есть, вы
стремление
поймите,
к победе, это понятно.
Купей давно зарабатывает денег больше не с киберспорта, чем с киберспорта. У него есть линейка студий звукозаписывающих, куча ресторанов, кафе и прочие истории. Там у него...
Плюс арга прибыльная, все равно.
Да, у него плюс есть, по-моему, акции Эбби Роута английской вот этой. Можете почитать, это где Битлз писались и так далее. Одна из самых крутых студий в мире.
И ее Ее кто? Майкл Джексон, Пол Маккартни выкупил или Пол Маккартни? Короче, там какая-то история была. Ну ладно, пофиг, забейте.
Ну вот, и там тоже как бы... Ну, поток финансов очень крутой. Тут история в том, что он как-то вот остался любить это дело, и ему еще и нравится вот с молодыми веселиться там, катать. Ну и плюс он на топ-уровне играет уже очень давно, это, знаешь, немножко другое понимание, типа...
Ну да, есть вратари Симон, Оливер Кан, вот эти вот старички, которые выбиваются из статистики. Петр Чех,
Вы
да.
хотите угар расскажу? Он перешел в хоккей, он в хоккее сейчас стоит на воротах. Петр Чех, который завязал.
Что там, банка, блин, метр на метр, конечно.
Он сейчас в хоккейной команде в Англии победитель, по-моему, это...
А в Англии есть хоккей?
Ну да, ну понятно, что это не НХЛ. Типа, НХЛ там, ладно. Но тем не менее, как бы... Он перешел и сейчас будет в хоккее еще стоять. Я вот, кстати, не знаю, где тренировки тяжелее-то. Наверное, в футболе для вратарей. Я думаю,
да,
что
конечно, ну активность намного больше. А посмотри, в хоккее, я не говорю, что это легкое вратарское искусство, ни хрена, там шайбу пропускают.
Активность от игроков зависит.
Не-не-не, просто
в футболе.
В хоккее пластичность именно и реакция. В хоккее пластичность и реакция, там шпагаты, вот эти вот распластаться, банку закрыть поэффективнее. Плюс острое зрение, да, эту шайбу еще нужно разглядеть, там скорость полета этой шайбы невероятная, и все это нужно видеть. В футболе тоже реакция, пластичность и зрение. Ну,
мне кажется, напряжение для вратаря, честно говоря. Потому что у тебя прилететь может именно в любую секунду.
Говорю,
поле маленькое. А свою активность в футболе отвечают в основном еще игроки. Понимаешь, там может быть ни одного удара в створ у нас в матче.
Может быть. А может быть 20 затащенных за один тайм. Тут как бы, да, действительно зависит от защиты, но в хоккее действительно быстрее переход из атаки в оборону и так далее. Но, опять же, ты не бегаешь от штанги к штанге, да, условно. Контроль, вот это ощущение пространства и контроль этих ворот в хоккее чуть-чуть попроще, но есть куча хайлайтов, где вратари просто проебывают, где ворота находятся за спиной, и такого тоже это демонстрирует. Такие моменты, что мама родная. Хоккей это прям, ну, не легче.
Овик любит футбол играть и стоит на ворот. Да, Овечкина мы видели даже на всяких All-Star матчах футбольных с Динамо. Он там бегал.
Нет, ребятушки,
Еще игры
это
будут?
всё.
Походу не будут.
Не-не-не, это все на сегодня. Хватит 6 игр. Вот вам как раз-таки весь результат. А, это завтрашние 7 игр нам показывают. Начинаем. Стоп, опять с Мирамара? А, у нас группа Б завтра первый день. Кстати, ребятки, сразу заранее новость. Завтра будет все вовремя. Я буду на месте. Дядь Миша, может быть, позже. Или что там, ты сначала будешь, потом уйдешь, да, на работу? Ну, в общем...
Ой, завтра вообще непонятно мне, потому что, я
Ну,
не знаю, может быть,
разберемся,
на меня
да.
обиделись, потому что у меня вчера не было интернета, и
чё
сегодня
обиделись?
интернет еле жил. Ну, типа, что вчера я не смог это. Это уже не первый раз, у меня прям интернет.
Ничего страшного, как говорится, переживем и это, все переживали. Не, я про то, что я завтра точно буду, а вот в понедельник мне на томограмму. Про гостей повторить вы с Мишей одновременно говорили, я не слышал. В ближайшие несколько дней, эту неделю точно не планируются гости. В гранд-финал, может быть, что-то придумаем. Хоккейным вратарям тяжелее, их даже иногда на тележке выкатывают. Я, честно, не в курсе. Я не говорил, что кому-то тяжелее, кому-то легче. Но, допустим, они не бегают много. У них движений таких, ну, активных нету в рамках, да, там. Хотя, с другой стороны, и то неудобно и тяжело. Как заявку подать в клан, находишь клан ФГЛ, главный там Тошек, там есть подать заявку. Не-не, экземплов в гостях точно не будет. Кирыч накидывает всякую хрень, его звали уже 5 раз. Вот вы говорите, почему я гостей не зову. Да потому что они все сраные редиски. Вот, а Кирыча приглашал 3 раза. Он там что-то, какие-то отмазки свои находил, там других людей приглашал. Они там тоже...
Слушай, мы с Акирычем созвониться уже неделю не можем, но это из-за меня.
Да этот балабол, это всегда. Не про тебя, я про Кирыча. Он всегда ни в чем не разбирается, сидит только в чате, наваливает по 350 тысяч сообщений с разной интересной инфой. Но не в этом суть. Взял вину на себя, да, удар. Все, мальчики и девочки. Спасибо, дядя Миша, огромное. Сегодняшний день мы прям с ним рука об руку с самого утра. Гибридный у нас день.
Ну, сегодня, кстати, интернет выдержал комментирование это, но я зато не мог игры смотреть. У меня такое вообще этот был. Как
В смысле?
Ну, типа лагал, у меня просто слайд-шоу было. В миксе. Ну, то есть я смотрю карта, потом 3 минуты один и тот же кадр вижу.
Да, все, обнял, поднял, к сердцу прижал. Увидимся с вами, как говорится, завтра. В то же время, в тот же час, старт игр, я так понимаю, на час позже. Сегодня ж... Или сегодня не было долго. Я, к сожалению, из-за другого турнира я не смог проконтролировать, во сколько игры начались. Короче, плюс-минус, старт в то же время. Там, если что, смутимся, состыкуемся. Дядь Миш, тебе финальные слова на сегодня?
До завтра.
Краткая сестра таланта, дядя Миша у нас пиздецкий талантливый мужчина.
Надо, на самом деле, пойти дейлики повыполнять, да спать пойти, я лучше подумал.
Интервьюка с кем-то, пора-ка интервьюка будет час, но мы это смотреть
Давай
не будем.
посмотрим. Не
Будем смотреть? Ты хочешь смотреть?
Ну, как будто бы... А с кем? С серберами, наверное?
А я не знаю. Кто у нас первые идут? Тянба, наверное?
Конечно, интересно.
Тянба, да. Ну, это же
что-то
локальная фишка, как бы, у каждом это... Зато ноги спрятаны, а корейцы, наоборот, ноги выставляют.
Может, там колесом.
А она спросила, будет лучше на английском или на тайском? Chicken. На это, тайский акцент chicken это chicken.
Ну, у них же как китайцы тоже разговаривают. Девушка, женщина, очень дорого, очень дорого. Это фейковый минг, да?
因为我们开打之前就很放松吧，因为我们的压力很小，所以进入状态快，我觉得是正常的。
Так, это вообще Линшу.
А, ты думал, кто?
Что-то про Минга написал, Дима.
Да это Кирыч там сидит, вкидывает, я же говорю. Вбросы его. Где Минг? Кто его? Это перекормленный Минг. Его кормили перед отъездом недели 10-20. Минг же худой, длинный. Но это тоже не низенький, но невысокий. Блин, вот это вот талант ведущей. Рассказать вот ярко, интересно. Одно предложение, которое ответил в 3 словах игрок. Это прям талант. Не зря ей бабки платят.
Он что-то немного стесняется, как будто, не?
Да, конечно.
На нее косо смотрят они прямо.
Ты это же типичные киберкотлеты.
Ну, как будто уже не должно быть такого образа.
Да, кто тебе такое сказал? Ты... А Долзу сколько лет потребовалось, чтобы раскрепоститься хоть как-то? Сене сколько лет потребовалось? Посмотри.
Сене еще потребуется сколько лет? В смысле, он, по-моему, и не раскрепостился.
Не
ну,
знаю.
Давай Сеню позовем.
Когда был...
Пишет. Звоню ему, блядь.
Когда был на эфирах, он прям наваливал, как будто бы весь мир прошел. 2 раза. Короче, это идеальный интервьюируемый, когда ведущий приходится самой договаривать. Ну, короче, у Крафтон все еще проблема в людях, которые, как они, тимхендлер. Это ж тимхендлер, получается, находится рядом, по идее.
Может быть, и переводчик штатный.
Но это тимхендлер же обычно. Он и является и переводчиком, и тем, кто следит за командой.
Ну да.
И вот проблема в тимхендлерах, которые должны как раз-таки... Вот помнишь тимхендлер Нави или кого девочка с прошлого глобала? Когда там, ну, как бы... Перевод был вообще, переводчик из Доты 2000 какого там, 14 года, 15
А, это когда по блату братьев позвали переводить.
Да, типа того. Да, вьюшки брал. Это есть.
Так, а завтра, по-моему, в 6 часов. Начало, получается, что... Ничего не получается.
Уважение к ведущей прям максимально. Она самое унылое интервью превратила в что-то более-менее интересное. Михей такой, а парнишка женатый. Кому шо? Это игрок команды Тратон 5. Танадон.
Так, а он местный же, правильно?
Танадон, да, это ж...
Видимо, микрофон проверил, ударил по нему. Качественно.
Опять же, это... Медиадень нужно еще проводить, чтобы немножко позадрачивать игроков, приучить их держать микрофон. Там, ну, поведение. Кстати... Класс, многословный какой. У них появился, ты видел, в Твиттере и в Инсте, и везде, где маленькие вьюшки, у них микрофон нормальный появился для этих дел. Не петличка, как обычно, скрученная. Надо будет ей этот сделать скрин и пресс-эф. Отдать ей честь.
Okay,นะคะ. And I just asked that, so how the other members in the team just feel. So he just say that no one knows that he just have 9 kills. So they just knew at the end of the game. That's surprise. Okay, แล้วก็ so สำหรับในเกมนี้นะคะ how does it feel to compete PGC here? รู้สึกยังไงบ้างที่ได้มา
Я думаю, на этом пора прощаться, потому что это переводить вообще неинтересно. Никто ничего не знал, это сюрприз, а у него оказалось 9 киллов. Без интерфейса играет. Ладно, все, дядь Миш, я пошел кушать. Я до сих пор не ел с самого утра. Поэтому всем приятного будущего аппетита. Да, ребяточки, будем рады видеть вас завтра. Сейчас кого зарейдим? Там облачко вроде как наваливает контента. Удивительного. Поэтому облачко передаем привет. И быстренько сейчас потушу этот фонтан эмоций. Ведущий прям мое уважение. Она умничка. Ведущая прям красотка. Делает там движ, где, собственно, все похоронено. Вот. Передавайте Юльке привет. Она там что-то готовит. В майке, правда. С пивандеповой. Передавайте Юльке привет, собственно. Всем спасибо большое за то, что были. За лайки на ютубе. Сори, кому что не досталось. Котики покидал. Кто забрал, тот молодец. Будем еще завтра чуть котиков кидать. Всех поднял. Мише спасибо еще раз. Не забывайте подписываться на дядю Мишу. Завтра, кстати, заряжу бот. Вообще, блин, сегодня не подготовлен. Вот, Юльке огромный привет. Вам хорошего вечера. Эх.